Häält. Okei, aga räägime.
Dear foreign guests, please take the translation devices at the door. Kas oli kuulda või? Good morning. Please take a seat. Palun istuge. Hakkame pihta või? Tere hommikust, head külalised! Mina olen Henri Ormus, Fermi Energia kaasasutaja juhatuse liige.
Fermi Energy and member of the management board, and my education is nuclear energy. My name is Elisa Boom, and I received a grant from Fermi Energy, and I'm working in the house as a nuclear energy field. I'm very happy to welcome you here at the annual conference of 2026. We're very happy that you're here today. You come from Estonia, from Denmark, from elsewhere in Europe, but also from the United States, from Canada, Korea, Japan, and from other places in the world. So today we are going to talk about very specifically about the reality of the development of nuclear energy, decision-making, risks, financing, and construction. The world has become less certain, less secure. Energy is now a question of security. And if we talk about secure production, then a nuclear energy role is stronger today than ever before. So this is based on the EU strategies and policies and the world at large. German Chancellor Merz admitted recently that shutting down nuclear power plants was a huge strategic mistake. And Austrian TSO has recently said that without nuclear energy, Europe would not survive winter. And this is true. So we are very happy for Finns and Swedes who have nuclear power plants, and they are the ones who are holding up the spine of energy in our region. Dear guests, we hope that you have a conference full of energy and many interesting discussions. So we'll start with the opening speeches. So I'm very happy to welcome here the Minister of Economic Affairs and Industry, Mr. Erkki Keldo.
Aitäh! Head konverentsil osalejad, head ülekande jälgijad.
And there are people watching us online.
Konverentsi
So I have to admit that the time of this conference taking place is very strategic because we are experiencing one of the coldest winters in 25 years. And energy at the same time is a very hot topic. It is objectively cold. But fortunately, we can see that the lights are still on, but we have to be honest. We need more affordable electricity and energy. The formula is simple. You have more affordable and more stable energy, and that means we need to build more capacity for the future. This winter should be enough to get things going in Estonia in this field. In the near future, what we already know is that we have already gas plant stations coming. We have enough sun energy, and the cheapest and the fastest way is to build wind turbines. But in the long run, nuclear power plant would be necessary and would be an important support. I have not concealed my opinion that nuclear power plant would fit nicely into our energy plan with wind energy, solar energy, storage and external connections. Managed capacity and renewable are complementing each other. But at the same time, they're one of the foundations of Estonian security. Nuclear energy provides stable baseload capacity, which is indispensable with a high share of renewable energy. Of course, we have to be honest, and we have to understand that the idea of a nuclear power plant will not become reality very fast. It is a long-term process, but what is important and what I can promise on behalf of the government, this is something which we are already preparing for. So specifically, the bill on nuclear energy and safety is already in the Estonian parliament, and this is a basis for the future to build a nuclear power plant here in the future. At the same time, in the government, we have initiated the planning permission on behalf of Fermi Energia, and we're starting to analyze first under which conditions and where exactly we can build a nuclear power plant in Estonia. So we are making all the necessary preparations so that if an investor wants to invest into the construction of a nuclear power plant and we have decided to build one, then the state has a very thoroughly considered and process in place, and we have also a planning permission in existence. So according to the plan, the planning permission for the nuclear power plant should be completed by 2029. And then, if all the stars align, we can start with the constructions of the power plant itself. By this time, the legal framework for nuclear energy has been also developed. The pros and cons of nuclear energy require an honest, transparent, what is important for me, also fact and science-based discussion. All these different conversations, both mine and other people concerned, have been substantive, reasonable and constructive. And people in Estonia are, in general, are nuclear positive. So this, of course, does not mean that will continue. I'm very certain that as we're continuing these discussions, it will have more emotions, but debates in the society will continue. So this is how an important decision has to be made. We have to consider it carefully and not rush it. Because this is a decision which concerns all the people who live in Estonia. The construction of a nuclear power plant, and I'm very happy to say that as a Minister of Economy, will have a very clear impact on the economy. First of all, the economic impact of the investment is significant. So this means that we have a largest industrial investment in Estonian history. A large-scale infrastructure project will create demand for construction, engineering, and technology works for decades to come. And we can say that we have more than 1,000 jobs during the construction period, and after that we have several hundred permanent high-paying jobs in the operation of the plant. Many of the employees would be skilled labor, so this means that we have a good contribution to our knowledge-based economy. In addition, we have an emerging network of suppliers and service providers will increase the turnover and the investment of local businesses. Secondly, the nuclear power plant is important for the competitiveness of our economy. Economic growth does not happen by itself. Investments are needed for this growth to happen. And very often, these investments are necessary and they need something which is very important, which is affordable, stable and clean energy. Even more, the rapid spread of data centers and artificial intelligence has made energy production a strategic issue. Energy demands are also growing rapidly to this trend, and this is faster growth than ever before. And to conclude, nuclear power plant itself is not some magic wand or quick solution, but as I said, it can be an important part of the future energy portfolio. So even a small one, if you look at the world scale, 300 to 600 megawatt nuclear power plant is very important addition to the production capacity in Estonia. We have to be honest, it is also possible that nuclear power plant is not going to be built. It will be a political change of heart, a loss of investment courage, or it's not going to be built right away or not in this particular shape. But at the same time, as I tend to be optimist, if you look at the developments across the world, as the opening words were said, then the fact is that the energy is necessary at any rate. Affordable energy is, we are short of an affordable energy in the entire region. But it's very important that in order to make decisions, we need functioning legal framework, honest discussion, and not fears or illusions. So I'm very happy that today we're going to have a very meaningful and constructive discussions. Thank you all for coming and wish you all the best.
Suur aitäh, härra minister, selle sissejuhatuse eest. Riigi vaade ja selge suund.
So we have the view of the government and clear guidance, which are very important because this gives a framework for the investors and developers and also for local communities. But now, Chairman of the Board of Fermi Energia, please welcome here Sander Liive.
Tere hommikust ka minu poolt.
Good morning.
Ja loomulikult majandustööstusminister Erkki Keldo.
I would like to thank the Minister of Economy and Industry for the words of support, very honest support, because at the very end you said it might be that there will be no plans, so we have to be honest. So dear participants and dear people following us online, so welcome to the 7th conference of Fermi Energia. So if you love sports, you've noticed that we have Winter Olympics going on. And in Estonia, skiing used to be our national sport. It's no longer so. We're still looking for a new national sport. But during the last month, the national sport has become the comparison of high electricity bills and discussions of to have a fixed price energy or to use the or to use the Nord Pool exchange rate, and I heard the Kalev went onto the stock exchange now. As the minister said, this has been the coldest January of the last 20 years, and this has had an impact on energy prices. So 5th of February, 10:25, we had a new energy consumption record, 1,723 megawatts. And we produced 845 megawatts ourselves. So we had to import 878 megawatts, more than a half we had to import when it was the coldest, the highest peak consumption when the prices were very high. But also we could see that the records were in the polls for the support of nuclear energy. That was January 2026. So maybe the figures would be higher if we carried out the poll right now. But in January 2026, early in January, then 71% of people in Estonia supported the progress of building a nuclear power plant, which is the highest. 69 was the earliest figure. What is important is that nuclear energy is clearly the most favored way of electricity production. But at the same time, there is a lot more which has happened between last year and today's conference. As a tradition is that I'll tell you what has happened between the two conferences, so I'll tell you that now. So a year and 2 days ago, 9th of February, a year and 25, we joined the Central and Western European power grid. So we disconnected, we cut through the power lines to Russia. So this also means that electricity frequency of 50 hertz, we have now a much bigger responsibility. We have to maintain the frequency ourselves. These UCTs, as they are known. Every country has a very, very big role to play in maintaining them. Elering has been very good at it.
200 megawattise akupargi testimine.
Even the testing of 200 megawatt battery park, which messed up with 200,000 megawatt cables, did not create blackout because we were saved by Poland, because Polish connection helped to maintain the stability during the first very critical milliseconds. But if we had been importing at the time, so if we've had different output and this implant from Estlink, then energy guys would know what would have happened. It would have been called blackout. So we are keeping an eye on what is happening in Canada. Not because nobody wants to keep an eye on the United States, but we've been looking at Ontario because it was on 4th of April 2025, the Canadian nuclear regulator issued an official construction permit for BWRX 300 reactor. So why do we talk about the BWRX 300? Because this is the same technology chosen by Fermi Energia for the reactor, and this is what we want to build in Estonia. So the planning permission, the construction permission means that technology has been safety tested and is ready for real construction. So last year in May, the Ontario provincial government, who owns the Ontario Power Company, gave a permission for the construction. So OPG was able to begin construction of the nuclear reactor on a pre-prepared site. So coming back to Estonia, in May the 25, the government of the Republic officially initiated a national planning permission for the selection of the site of the nuclear power plant based on our request. So we have Lüganuse and Viru-Nigula, two rural municipalities, and we're looking at specific locations there. So that means that the project changed. Instead of being a private initiative, it became a national process. which has the approval of the municipality councils of both municipalities. So before the planning permission was initiated, both of the local governments had made a council decision level that they want to participate in this process further. In June, the government of the Republic approved additions to the guidelines of the energy development plan, giving guidance when nuclear energy for the first time has been introduced as a nationally strategic option for securing the base load. So in many discussions, if we talk about the energy of the future, then it depends on the person, but usually they say, okay, maybe in long term also looking at the nuclear energy, but if it's included in the energy development plan, then basically we can see very clearly on behalf of Fermi Energia that this has been recognized on the state level, that this is not only a small possibility, but a necessary component for a carbon neutral power generation portfolio. In January this year, the government also approved this energy development plan. It's going to move on to the parliament. It's already been to the parliament. Okay, that was very quick. Now, in September last year, we concluded an agreement with the Canadian construction partner Aecon. Aecon is a Darling station builder in Ontario, and they are also producing steel modules for the reactor. Greg, you're somewhere here. So Aecon representative is here today, so you can ask them how it's going. So what is important, because no nuclear power plant can be built without a regulation, and the Minister of Climate Affairs sent a new draft of the Nuclear Energy and Safety Act for the coordination round. So this creates a framework for the creation of the nuclear reactor, or the regulators or the necessary systems which need to be in place in order to build a nuclear power plant. So Elering, as I mentioned, they are also supplying the reports on security of supply. Kalle Kilk, the chairman of the board of management board of Elering, mentioned that by year 2035, Estonia needs 2,100 megawatts managed power, and 1,700 must be weather-independent power plants. Now, we have talked about Samsung CT. We've discussed them many times here as well. I mentioned them in my speech as well. And Samsung representatives had a presentation as well. So our cooperation with Samsung over last year has been becoming closer and closer. The same as we can see Samsung and General Electric Hitachi. So it's GE Vernova Hitachi now. In December, the South Korean government also joined this process, providing financial support for an Estonia-specific technical feasibility study. This concern, the Samsung study, interest is not only commercial, but it has the political and financial backing of the Republic of South Korea. In January this year, we received new electricity bills. So you all noticed that a new two fees were added: frequency reserve fee of 7.58 per megawatt and balancing capacity fee of 3.58 megawatts for both producers and consumers. Now, these new fees and the previously applicable renewable energy fee and the excise duty, so we get 22 euros per megawatt hours. So in 2020 and I think 2015 was a very cheap year for the stock exchange. The annual average was about 30. 2020, of course, it was COVID and all that, but you can see that all these different fees on your bill almost reach the level where the stock exchange Nord Pool electricity was. Then, of course, you have the grid fees and all the rest. Because if you talk about the price of electricity and the production of the future, we can not only look at the potential of production. So what is the supply for the Nord Pool, what's the average production price, because we have to also take into account all the additional costs, which is goes for the grid development and functioning. And this is also important. Why is it important? Because renewable energy producers today say that in Estonia the time has already come where the owners of the solar park, when it's a sunny summer day, earns most money when they switch the park off, so they are not producing electricity. So it's a frequency reserve or whatever that they have to reduce the production. There's too much of it. And this is true for the windy days as well, for the wind turbines. So you shut them down, and then this is how when you earn. But this money which they get paid, this comes from our pockets, whether it be the balancing or frequency reserves. But this is adjusted, and then it becomes our expense. Right, so much about history, but let's now predict what's going to happen a year from now. So there are a few things we want to discuss. So next year, the Parliament has adopted Nuclear Energy and Safety Act, and I hope this will happen this year. Then we already established a nuclear regulator body, and during the planning permission, hopefully we have figured out what the specific location will be, where we can, what's the best place to build a nuclear power plant in Estonia. But we have to be realistic. There'll be elections, parliamentary elections next year, and probably a month before the elections, there will be the peak time for the campaigning. And one of the topics is going to be energy policy. And I hope that there is going to be a realistic energy policy which will win the elections, which has the courage to make a decision so that we can build a nuclear power plant in Estonia. It is clear that the energy policy will be realistic, because otherwise we are looking at the situation where the damage will be done for the competitiveness of Estonia and the affordability of the people, and the voters will not forgive that. Fermi Energia will do everything possible so that we will have affordable, local, clean, managed energy production, which will guarantee electricity at any moment of time, regardless of the weather condition. And Fermi Energia will do everything to ensure that Estonian national sport is a field sport, not electricity bills. So thank you all. I hope you'll enjoy this conference, and let's get this nuclear power plant built. Thank you.
Aasta jooksul on tõesti palju olulisi asju tehtud ja hea on näha, et Eesti liigub edasi kindlal sammul oma eesmärkide poole. Järgmiste ettekannete ajal on võimalik Slido kaudu küsimusi küsida.
You can ask questions via this slide.do platform during the next presentations. Please log in by using the code Fermi. And we will also pass around the microphone after each presentation should you want to ask a question in person. So take time to think about these that you hear. Let's take a broader look now. Let's look at what's happening in the world. The next presentation will focus on developments in Germany. Can the German nuclear energy really rise like a phoenix from the ashes? We shall hear about it shortly.
Welcome.
Microphone, so I can walk? Okay, yeah. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. In Germany, it's rare to find an audience with so many people interested in nuclear energy. Thank you for the invitation, Khalif. So today, I will give you some insights into German nuclear phase-out and the status of the so-called Energiewende. There are some German words that are tough to translate, like German Angst. Energiewende is another one. Best translation is perhaps energy transition. To understand what is going on, we need the help of the great German poet Goethe. To understand what is going on in the Energiewende. So that was the crux of the matter, exclaims Goethe's Faust in amazement as the poodle transforms into Mephisto. The crux of the matter of the Energiewende is revealed in Germany's supposed pioneering role, which turns out to be less a technological advance than a cultural war, a struggle in which climate protection is defined primarily by moral superiority. The result is the German delusion, fundamental delusion. First one, prosperity without electrical growth, mainly caused by green degrowth fantasies. Germany, a pioneer in climate protection by moral superiority. Demolition of its own nuclear power plants, but nuclear power from the neighbors. 20 new gas-fired power plants, but no gas exploration in Germany. However, Germany had a very promising start of nuclear energy. I was a part of it. I worked in nuclear energy in Germany since '74. In 1955, joint efforts by politics, science, industry, like now in Estland, enabled the peaceful use of nuclear energy in a period of only 5 years. By the end of the 70s, 10 nuclear power plants with a total capacity of 9,000 megawatts were connected to the grid. 6 nuclear power plants with a total capacity of 8,000 megawatts were under construction. At the beginning of the 80s, the construction of the 3 convoy nuclear power plants with a total capacity of 4,000 megawatts, and it was the most advanced nuclear technology, and it was the base of the EPR. I was a member of the project management of the last nuclear power plant in Germany, which is Neckar-Westheim 2, and it was a total success. After 70 months, we commissioned the plant, and it was in budget. So, here you see the map on the left side with the power plants. But more important is also to have a view on the distribution on the grid. So you see the grid developed along the big sites with the power plants and the coal-fired power plants. So, what happened? In 2011, the German government, led by Merkel, decided to phase out of nuclear for a second time, after Fukushima. The crosses, the gray crosses are the BBRs that phased out immediately after Fukushima, only because they were BBRs. This was the only reason. And then, until 2023, another 15,000 megawatt of installed nuclear power plant had been taken from the grid. So Altogether, 21,000 megawatts since 2000. Let's go back 1 year. In 2010, 1 year before Fukushima, we had capacities of 21,000 megawatt nuclear power, 79,000 megawatt fossil power, lignite, coal, gas, and they produced 86% of the electricity. Then we also had a capacity of 48,400 megawatt renewable energy, mostly onshore wind, solar, but they only produced 14% of the electricity. In total, we had 615 terawatt hours produced by 148 installed capacity. In 2010, Germany had a net export of 17 terawatt hours, so the total electricity consumption in Germany was 598 terawatt. And important, at this time, the GDP was 4.1. So let's have a look in the last year. The last year, the installed capacity of the renewable energy quadrupled to 184 gigawatt. But the contribution to the production was only 250 terawatt hours. The total installed capacity was 260 gigawatt, 75% more than 2010. A waste of money. The total production was 437 terawatt hours, lower than in 2010. And to cover the electricity demand, Germany had to import electricity, mainly nuclear power, from its neighbors. Germany has become an import country with 22 terawatt hours. And the GDP last year was 0.2. Oops. Yeah. Come on. Yeah, here. Here we are. This is the beautiful picture of Andres. Thank you. The phase-out of nuclear energy was emotional, ideological, driven decision, but with tangible physical and technical consequences. In fact, it's a turn away from reliable central generation to large power plants units, in large power plant units towards decentralized regenerative generation, depending on the whims of nature. And by the way, it was also a turn away from reliable CO2-free baseload supply. In contrast to nuclear power plants with more than 8,000 full load hours, the full load hours in Germany of offshore are about 3,200 to 3,500 full load hours. Onshore, 1,600 to 1,900 full load hours, and photovoltaics 900 to 1,000 full load hours. The energy turnaround poses considerable problems, especially for the south of Germany. As you see, the wind parks are up in the north, where the wind blows. So there are currently not enough high voltage lines, because the high voltage lines were erected along the nuclear power plants and the coal-fired power plants, and they are no longer on the grid. So we need lines to transport the electricity from the northern wind farms to the southern regions. And the southern regions were dominated by nuclear power. You see here the impact on the nuclear phase-out on the distribution. Since 2009, only 3,350 kilometers are completed, approved about 4,500, under construction 780 kilometers, so we are 6,000 kilometers behind schedule. So, these are the costs of the Energiewende. Today, about 600 billion euros. And the estimated costs are more than 1,000 billion euros. There are some consultants who are talking about 3,000 to 4,000 billion euros. So, here you see the impact. Here you see the generation of renewables in the year 2024. The blue ones are wind, offshore and onshore. The yellow ones is photovoltaic. And the upper curve in orange is the electricity consumption. You see, there was not one day in the year where the renewable could meet the demand of electricity. But the German government still insists to build more windmills. Okay. More peaks, but no help to the valleys. Okay. So, and this is even worse. The electricity prices in the European Union, you see, sometimes we are really good. We have the highest prices. We are first in line. I don't know if this is a good message, not for the industry and not for the consumers. So let's go back to Germany's fundamental delusions. So Germany is a pioneer in climate protection? Not at all. Since the nuclear phase-out in 2023, monthly 10 million tons more CO2 emissions. And here is a comparison with our neighbor France, who has more than 70–80% of nuclear electricity. Our CO2 content is 350 grams per kilowatt hours, and France is 35 grams per kilowatt hour. The next fundamental delusion, demolition of its own nuclear power plants, but nuclear power from the neighbors. Here you see the blasting of the cooling towers of the nuclear power plant Philipsburg. I was a member of the project management of both units. The morning they blasted the cooling towers, I was sitting with my wife by the breakfast, and as we listened to the radio, because my wife was also working for KWU then, especially for the cooling towers, we compared this act with the destruction of the Buddha statues by the Taliban in Afghanistan. Terrible. So, this is the result. In 24, Germany imported 19,000 gigawatt hours from its neighbors, mainly France, mainly nuclear power. Okay. Now the question, nuclear in Germany. Let's look ahead. The so-called Atomgesetz, the new bill, paragraph 7, was modified 6 times. It could be modified again. What you have modified 6 times, you can modify it a 7th time. And what is interesting, they forgot something. Actually, not forbidden, the new build of nuclear power plants for heat production and non-commercial electricity production. So if we would build a SMR close to a chemical site, it would be a part of the chemical site, and we wouldn't be a producer of electricity for the commercial grid. Yeah. And here you see our chances in district heating with the LDR solution of steady energy. We have a heat capacity in Germany of 71 gigawatt, so 6 million homes. And the costs you see on the other side, comparison with the northern Swiss, which is also where the district heating is produced by nuclear. So they have to decarbonize. How could you do this? Can you produce heat with windmill? I don't think so. Hey, Carl, if I'm too long?
No, we are coming to the point what we are going to do about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, what we're going to do about it? Come on.
Yes, yes. So Ulrich is like a really well-known figure in the nuclear energy circles in Germany, but there is no nuclear company in Germany. There's no company who wants to build new nuclear, except for there were some Estonians who have German roots, and well, that's me. And so after many months of visits to Germany and understanding the situation and finding some wonderful friends in Germany, Herr Markus Wolf and dank Axel Jacobs, we have founded a company in Germany, co-founded 50-50, called Fermi Deutsche Industriekraft, to actually make new nuclear possible.
Yes.
In Deutschland. And can I be assisted with the signing thing, please? So we're gonna, Tommy, please come on stage, and Markus, please, as well. We're gonna, after some months of cooperation with Finnish Steady Energy, which is developing this wonderful technology that will enable district heating costs to be reduced, and understanding that really it is possible to develop district heating reactors in Germany. Yeah, we're gonna do our serious effort to make it possible. We will talk to the people who are actually operating the Stadtwerke or the utilities in different cities. We're not going to be specific publicly about where or who, but we're going to try quite seriously. And we understand there are possibilities. We're not going to be specific where and how, but we're going to make quite a serious try. And believe really that this technology that is going to be as a demo unit in construction and very likely be developed in Finland is a wonderful technology. So Tommy Nyman, the CEO of Steady Energy, a couple of words about Steady Energy, and then we'll sign the cooperation agreement, right?
Yeah, thank you, Kalev. Yes, Tommy Nyman, CEO of Steady Energy. So we are developing its Finnish technology, only heat producing reactor. And we have on purpose selected heat for our market, because we believe this is the way how we build nuclear competitive and market-driven option. And we have started up the company 2.5 years ago, and now we are in a development phase. We are going to have a groundbreaking ceremony tomorrow, actually, in Finland, where we are going to start building our pilot facility. It's going to be full-size reactor module constructed in a retired coal-fired plant here in Helsinki. So I welcome you all to visit us. We can tell you more about our adventure. And we are about to commission the first plant in our schedules early 2030s. So it's a simple, straightforward technology to be built underground, very close to the existing heating plants, and that makes this economical solution. So I'm pleased to tell you more during this seminar as well. So.
And a quick comment is also that we got to learn each other like more than a year ago, and we were considering the LDR for the Baltic states, but like fortunately or unfortunately we have so much forest like in Finland, and we still love to burn it, like not like Finland where they want to deploy nuclear for district heating, but so in the Baltic states the mechanism, the incentive mechanism is not so straightforward. But in Germany they don't have, they have more people than forest, and so they burn gas, and that's why the heating prices are 2 times, 3 times the price level of Tallinn. And so this makes an ideal market. And Markus, few words about where you come from, Mannheim, and
yeah, I'm from Mannheim, from Germany. We are a real estate developer. We are investing in large-scale real estate, and we met together, and I thought it's a good idea to start again with nuclear energy in Germany. Germany is the industrial heart of Europe, but to be honest, it's close to a heart attack. So I think it's time to change, and I think it's time to start it. And I think this contract is a good point to start.
Yeah. Okay, we'll do the quick signing. Yep. Yeah. Ulrich, give one more pencil here, or we'll use the same. You can use the same. Yeah. Markus. And do the second one right away. Yes. Yeah. Yep. Yes, yes, yes. Quickly.
So I just want to finish my presentation. That's really amazing. You know, last year in October, Kalev, was it in October? Yeah. I'm a member of the so-called Economy Advisory in Germany, and one of our members invited Kalev to make a presentation on SMR. And maybe during his presentation, I raised so many questions that he was interested to work with me. So the French ambassador, because I was also in the ExCom of Areva in Paris, he called me always the Dino of nuclear in Germany. So the Dino met this young guy from Estland, and we decided to do something in Germany, and we are on the way, and we are on a good track. Why we are on a good track? Amazing. Now we have Fermi establishing the SMR technology in Germany, and there is a young generation pro-nuclear in Germany. And this is a great news. The managing director of CAND, which is the, let's say, the assembly of all the companies that are working in the nuclear field, she's 40 years old, and there's a new generation coming. So I'm still positive that we can manage it, and we will see a SMR in the 30s in Germany. Thank you so much.
Could you stay on the stage for a moment? We have a few questions for you, if you would mind staying.
Okay, ready for questions.
Yes, thank you so much for the nice presentation. And the audience has asked that in Germany, there are plans to build hydrogen-ready gas plants, or CCGT. Wouldn't it be smarter to build nuclear power plants instead?
You know, if it comes to hydro, I go back to the physics. If you want to produce hydrogen. If you want to produce hydrogen, you need 53 kilowatt hours. And then you have 1 kilo of hydrogen, which has a content of 33 kilowatt hours. So why do you waste energy? If you want to operate a gas turbine with hydrogen, you need 3 times the volume of normal gas. You need other pipes, everything. So hydrogen has its role in chemistry, but not in energy, not at all.
Thank you. One more, a bit future-looking one. If Germany were to build back its nuclear power plants, would the nuclear waste still be held in storage facilities, or would it consider other options?
You know, if you look at the nuclear waste, first of all, you have to realize that nearly 96% of the so-called nuclear waste is uranium-238. Only 4% is really high active waste. And if you look at the development of the SMRs, you see SMRs that are able to burn this so-called waste, the molten salt, the dual fluid. So in the future, I see that the volume of the waste will be reduced with the new technologies. And Germany, with this complicated political process, will never find a final storage, not if they continue like this, because in 2014, there was a contract about the phase-out, and in the contract, the nuclear power plant operators gave the responsibility of the final storage to the government. And since 2014, nothing at all happened, because the Greens really want to keep this question alive. There is no possibility to store nuclear waste. But if you look at Finland, there is a final storage. If you look at Sweden, there will be a final storage. And from my point of view, I see not one of these Castor casks in Germany under earth. Maybe in 10 years or in 15 years, the Chinese, the Koreans will give us an offer and buy the casks and burn the uranium that is still in the fuels.
Yes, thank you. And a final one. You made a lot of excellent points in your presentation, but just to re-summarize, from your perspective, what would be the most important thing we should learn about Germany's nuclear experience today?
The most important thing is that if it comes to energy, it's not a question of ideology. It's a question of physics and economy. And another lesson to learn is that the industry never should follow the so-called primate of the policy. You know, they should do what is good for the company, what is good for the country. And from my point of view, next month there will be my book on the market. It's called Kniefall vor der Unvernunft, which is what could be the translation, kneeling before the rationality. Yeah. Okay, irrationality, yeah. And I don't blame the Greens. You can live with a parliament with 15% Greens, that's not a problem. But you can't live with a parliament where all the other parties follow the Green ideology. And this happens in Germany. And especially Merkel, she was the worst. Yeah, she did everything wrong, The contract with gas with Russia, the phase out of nuclear, terrible. And the turmoil we see today, very close to your country. From my point of view, it's also caused by Merkel. Okay.
All right. Thank you very much. That was the final question. Saksamaa on olnud paljudele ühtaegu keeruline ja samas ka väga õpetlik näide.
Complicated example, but also very educational. But now we'll continue the practical view from the Netherlands, where a company closely linked to Fermi Energia, Orange Hills Energy, is also looking at the use of the BWRX 300. So welcome to the stage.
Whoa, that's an old picture where I still have hair. Let me just go to the next one, yeah. So, well, everybody, last year was here as well. And I'm going to talk about some differences between last year and this year. Some good and some bad, unfortunately. So can I go to the next slide? Where's the... Do I have it? Yes. So what's new? We've made quite some progress in the Netherlands. As you know, from last year, we aim to build multiple SMRs at 3 locations in the Netherlands, and this year we're going to announce our first location. So that's going to be great. We also just had a new government, which, contrary to the past government, who wanted to build 2 or 4 big nuclear power plants, now also says it could also be SMRs. I'm not going to go into the reasoning why they said that, but let's say it's just, that's good for us, right? There are also some things that are maybe not so good, and I want to explain them to you because everybody who wants to build SMRs will need to deal with them. So the first one is one I showed last year as well. If you look at our energy prices, so the top graph over there, the darker part is the energy price and the less dark part is the transportation cost. And you see the transportation cost over the years in the Netherlands going up. Then the bottom graph, and that's this one over here, is expected to go up quite substantially. You see between 40 and 60 euros per megawatt hour. And why is this transportation cost going up so much, especially in the Netherlands, is because we focus on wind farms in the sea. And when you do that, you need to connect them, so it's long cables. Energy density is low, so it's a lot of long cables, and prices go up. So right now, if you look at our national grid operator, about 50% of the cost we pay to the national grid operator is due to grids at sea. That raises the cost. It also raises another problem because inland, people try to build solar parks, wind farms, and people try to electrify. So we have a lot of grid congestions. So the red area is where there's a shortage and there's a queue to get connected. This is the supply side. So that means if you want to build an energy project supplying energy to the grid, you have to be in the queue. And because we don't want that people know where they are in the queue, because then it is the same like putting your towel down at a swimming pool, right? Everybody tries to put their towel down. You also don't know when you will get a connection. So for us, that means I go to the grid operator and maybe I want a grid connection for my SMR. they cannot promise us that the grid connection will be ready in time. And if you have a connection, it will be sufficient. That means I cannot finance SMRs when I go to the national grid. And I really want people to listen to this, because we're in the Netherlands one of the first, but this is not just a Dutch problem, this is going to be the rest as well. And this is the supply side, this is the demand side. So you try to get it to the grid, but then you need to reach your customers, and this is what our customers are facing. So this is quite the problem that we have. So the prices are going up and the quality is going down. And you see this even more if you look at the electricity itself, right? You have the frequency, you have other aspects of quality of power. And what we're seeing is that the prices are going up substantially, and the quality of the power delivered is going down, and the reliability is going down. So this is what we're seeing right now. These are not future predictions, this is what we're seeing right now. Other stuff that's a consequence of what we're seeing right now is this. So over the last years, and this is a report, you can see it in the source, 2022-2025, announced closures of industry. There's a lot. And because in the Netherlands we are located at the North Sea, with Germany in the backland, and we also have one of the largest natural gas bubbles in Europe, there's a lot of industry already in the Netherlands. And when energy prices go up, a lot of industry also goes away. So you see here, my country, the Netherlands, is quite well represented in the announcements of industry closing. Now, why is this industry closing? You can read the report, but energy cost is the main factor here. And then low demand, and then you go to the customers and you ask, why is the low demand? Energy prices. It's not funny. It is the reality. It's really not funny. And then if you look at the future and you talk to these companies, this is the picture. So they're shutting down. And sometimes I hear the narrative, well, maybe the old industry should shut down and we need to go to something new. Well, maybe, yeah. But the new isn't coming. Nobody's investing. Because what has happened in Europe is that the fossil gray is a lot more expensive. But the green is also more expensive. And even if you subsidize the green for a while, let's say I have a factory and I run on fossil fuels, and I can be, like with a couple projects, 50% green, then I will still have 50% not green, which costs more than anywhere else. And that means raising the prices of CO2 emission and raising the taxes on gray might feel nice. But what you're actually doing is also making the green investments not possible anymore. So what has happened over the last year for our SMR locations is, when Kalev and I started doing this, for me at least, it was like, we need to do something to keep our industry here. We need to do something to get the prices down. We need to build production of energy and consumption of energy next to each other, not with a large grid in between, right, to keep the cost down. And what we saw last year was that the potential customers we were talking to the years before that, the industrial ones, they all said, we're just going to focus on this year and next year. We're not going to focus on 2030 anymore. We're just going to see, can we survive the next couple of years? And if you come to us and you say, well, you're going to go for this location, then you need your licensing, you need construction and so on. So it's going to take us 7 years. We don't know if we're here in 7 years. And even if we would know that we're here in 7 or 10 years, you're going to ask us, because you're going to do an investment, to buy energy from you for 10 or 20 or 30 years. We're not going to do that. So that means our whole business case for our current industry is not there anymore. And really listen, because this is going to happen in the other countries as well. You're going to hear nice stories, but when you go down to the companies and ask for a signature on a deal, nice story will not get you a signature. So the only way now what we can do is build SMRs and focus on the areas where we can have new industry. So build the SMR and have a new factory. Why? Because anyone building a new factory, they're not going to build it for 5 years or 10 years. When you build a new factory, you're going to build it for 20, 30, 40 years. And when you have security of supply at a low cost, you can actually do that. And for me, I really had to come to the realization and also come to terms with the fact that I cannot do anything for current industry anymore. We need to build new. And I hope that in 7 or 10 years there will still be some industry left, because when we have like 70% finance based on maybe data centers, maybe new industry, we have maybe 30% where we can also help some other factories in the area. You can save these factories, but that's a job of the government. And you can do that in 2 ways. You can do it with subsidies. In the Netherlands, they're called fossil subsidies. So those are tax reductions or subsidies to companies who do innovative stuff, but still in the fossil industry. But the main thing to do is just lower the taxes. Lower the taxes so these companies can survive and actually can invest in a future without CO2 emissions. Of course, we're gonna do that, and we're gonna work as hard as possible, make it so that as soon as possible that we have these SMRs here. And not just one, we're gonna start with 12 units. So we're gonna really roll it out. But to finance this, again, we need the new factories, and maybe then also some of the old can join us. And that's going to be here, and especially in Germany as well, whenever you're going to have maybe an opening to build new nuclear, you're going to have the same problems. So I would like to close on a positive note, because this is not, maybe you view this as really negative, but it's the reality, right? And don't deny the reality. That's not a strategy. We need to have a real strategy, and the real strategy is build a lot of these to get the cost down, to supply the heat, to supply the electricity. And fortunately, now we have a couple of locations, and the first will be announced this year, where we can actually build, where we have a good location, where new industry can also join, and where we can supply data centers with the electricity we need. Right? And that's what we're going to do also with the Fermi team this year. So we're going to really make it happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Aldrich. A few questions to you. If there's questions on the floor, please raise your hand. The microphone will come to you. We have a few questions in Slido. So let's start. You said you are starting with 12 units. How many sites these needs?
At least 3.
3 sites. And what is the anticipated schedule for deployment?
So we're going to have the first unit operational in 2033, the second one 2035, and then after that, 1 every year.
Okay. There's 2 questions regarding data centers and e-fuels. Could these be customers for nuclear power plants?
Yes. So of course the data centers, because they need a lot of electricity, and they're going to need more and more. And then for the e-fuels, well, you know, my background is chemical engineering. I also own an engineering firm, so I know how these e-fuels plants work, and they work. It's conventional technology. That's not the issue. The point is, you need CO2 and hydrogen. CO2 is really expensive. Hydrogen is really expensive. The plant is really expensive. It takes a lot of energy, so the fuel is really expensive. It's like thermodynamics, it's equipment, and so the only way you have a business case for that is that you have a customer that says, I really want you to produce this kind of fuel here. So that means if our Department of Defense says, well, maybe for a certain amount of fuel for our boats or whatever, we don't want to be reliant on tankers sailing from the Middle East or the United States. We want to make a part here ourselves. Then you have, okay, it's expensive fuel, but then you have a reason to do it. And then, of course, with an SMR, you're going to have a couple of years of fuel in the SMR, but you can also store like 10 years if you want to. It's not a problem. So then, you know, the current situation in my country is that we have like emergency storage of natural gas and oil. Natural gas is a little bit more for heating, but oil storage is like 3 months. With the SMR and the e-fuels plants, we can have 10 years, no problem. So that's a strategic advantage. And now the question is, who's willing to pay for that?
Thank you. One more question. Why not to consider a large plant?
I don't have the money. What I always say is it's like, let's say you could build 100 of these SMRs, and you could also build 100 of AP1000 big power plants. If you look at the 100 units of each, the big one's going to be cheaper per megawatt. The problem is the lessons learned, because I build one a year, and these big ones take like 6 to 8 years to build. So my whole team learning the lesson, getting the cost down, will take a lot longer. And it's not just a lot longer. When the first project goes over budget, it's a lot of money. It's hard to finance that as a private company. It's hard to finance the project as a private company, you know, 20 million, right? So if you scale up both, I think the big ones will be cheaper. But the problem is, can you scale up both? And I don't see, my country, the Netherlands, is not big enough for that. Maybe Germany, but the United States maybe could scale up the big ones to get the cost down. But even then, and I don't want to take too much of your time, there are some more advantages just to SMRs. So if you look at a certain location, right? So for instance, you're a data center and you want electricity. And it's really important that you get electricity every day, 24 hours a day. So you have a grid connection. So now I come along and I say, I can build you an SMR. And you say, great, what's the uptime of the SMR? And I said, well, it's really high. Yeah, but is it 100%? Well, no. Okay, then we still need the grid connection. And because we don't know when we need the grid connection, we need the availability of the grid connection all the time. So the contracted amount of power stays the same, and then the cost stayed the same for the grid, and then I also have the cost for the SMR. That won't work. But when you have like an SMR that's down a couple weeks a year, and you have 4 SMRs at this location, then I can guarantee a grid-like uptime for 3 SMRs. So in our case, 900 megawatts. And then I have 300 extra megawatts where I say, well, maybe you can deal with it being down sometime, or maybe we build some other form of backup. And then you can get really rid of the grid connection, right? So that's good. So now imagine I want to do the same, because this is just statistical. Now imagine I want to do the same, deliver the same security of supply with big power plants. Then I need 4 big power plants at a location behind the meter. Tell me, where is the 5, 10 gigawatt data center that can use that? And even then, you know, we build our business case on consumers at a location, but if I build my business case on one customer and the one customer goes bad in 5 years, then I have a problem. So I need a location where I have like 10 customers, diversify the risk. So that's the big advantage of SMRs. The learning curve, getting the cost down, will go quicker. I'm not gonna pretend that I know for sure it's gonna go well, right? But if you compare it to the big ones and you say it's a similar way, it will go quicker. And you can supply behind the meter with a certain reliability where you cannot do that with the big ones. And that's why our government states the big ones have a system function in the energy grid, and the SMRs have a local function. And now the funny thing is, a couple of SMRs can then always also have a system function, of course, but the other way around not. So that's why SMRs.
Thank you very much, Aldrik. Nii, teeme nüüd väikse energiapausi.
Small
Kohv on
energy
nagu
break.
tuumkütus.
Coffee is like nuclear energy, which keeps the lights on and eyes bright. So we'll meet here again 11:20.
Let's be back at 11:20. Thank you.
Head osalejad, konverentsi programm jätkub 5 minuti pärast. Palume teil liikuda tagasi saali. Head osalejad, konverentsi programm jätkub 1 minuti pärast. Palume teil liikuda tagasi saali.
Tere tulemast tagasi. Loodan, et paus oli kosutav. Ees ootab veel palju põnevaid ettekandeid
and we have
ja
many
järgmiseks
exciting presentations up to come. Now we will talk about money.
rahastamismudel on viimasel
The
ajal
financing model of the new Swedish nuclear power plants has merited lots of international attention recently, and certainly many interesting parallels can be drawn with Estonia as well.
Welcome on stage Kristina Padron.
Thank you very much. Okay, my background is from the Ministry of Finance in Sweden. And I will talk about how we support new nuclear in Sweden. And then the Ministry of Finance is very interested, because it's a lot of money going into this. Alongside the Ministry for Energy and Enterprise. So my background is not nuclear, and I'm head of a secretariat in the Ministry of Finance and we are the ones working with this support program. We're only 7 people, but we work within the government office, so of course there are other people supporting us too, but we are 7 people with expertise in corporate finance, in the legal matters, the agreements we are supposed to sign, and also the state aid process that we need to go through with the European Commission. So it's like a tight team though. And from Sweden then, we have 6 nuclear reactors in operation. We used to have 12. And like in Germany, 6 of them have been closed down in advance, for different reasons. But these 6 reactors we have, they account for approximately 30% of the electricity production in Sweden. And they are planned to remain in operation until 2040, about. And maybe there will be lifetime extensions also. All of them are light water reactors. And since we have also, in the electricity system, we have the nuclear and we have also the water power from the waterfalls. And also we have wind and some solar. But it's 99% fossil-free, the electricity system. So why do we want to build more nuclear reactors then? There are a lot of reasons to that, but one is also that our energy system is about 70% fossil-free. So the decision from the government and all the parties really is to produce more fossil-free electricity to be able to make the industry and transport system transfer them from oil and coal and gas to fossil-free electricity. And the government in charge now, they have assessed that Sweden needs to build new nuclear reactors to safeguard future electricity needs. We also see that if we want to get new industry and new companies into Sweden, we need more electricity. We need to improve supply reliability in the electricity system. Since we closed down reactors, we have a more volatile, unstable system that makes the prices also more volatile over the year. And more problem, really. And it makes it also, since, I mean, the industry that really needs a lot of electricity, they want it 24/7 and like every second a year. They don't want it to shut down every now and then. So then the nuclear is also the most stable energy source, beside the water also. And also, of course, we want to ensure competitive electricity prices for customers. There is a goal for at least the first new nuclear reactors to be operational in the mid-2030s. It's getting close very fast here, but that goal is still up there. And that goal is for like 2,500 megawatts of nuclear, new nuclear. And the goal is also, well, because of all these goals, they have introduced this state support then to, well, to get investors really. We won't have any investors without state support. That's very clear. At least not for the first reactors built until maybe if the SMR programs are very successful, they won't need state support in the long run, but I think that's quite far away though. So what have we done now for this support model? We have an act on state aid for investments in new nuclear power that the Parliament adopted here in May 2025. I say also the support program is limited to 5,000 gigawatts or megawatts, 5 gigawatts then. So and that's, the dimension is a bit also for that we need to build a new deposit, a new like final storage then for the new reactors. And to have that, to make it economical, the reason, well, the estimate is that we need to build, we need like new reactors of about 4 or 5 gigawatts then. Okay, and then the support model, it consists of government loans that are favorable and contract for difference, that's a price hedging mechanism then. And then a risk and gain share mechanism that works through these loans and CFDs then. The loans are like the most important part when you build the reactors. Then you have the financing through the loans. And you can we had an inquiry developing this model, and they were like, okay, say 75% loan, 25% equity, but it might, that will be negotiated. It might be a bit higher maybe, loan part. But with the loans, you can keep down the construction costs because you can have this very favorable interest rate then. And you don't have to put up any security either. And the government also take the risks during the construction phase. If this fails, the loans are like, we write them off. So we can pay out loans then from the preparatory phase, and then through the construction phase and the test operation. But then when you get into commercial operation, there will be a contract for difference. And I mean, that consists of really that then you will have kind of secured how much you can get paid for the electricity. It doesn't secure the profit, but it secures the payment then. So much more secure than just trust for the electricity prices to be high. I will get back to some of this towards the end, the details. The project must be at least 300 megawatt to apply for support then. And what I said now is we don't, like here in Sweden, that was unique from other countries, it builds on applications. So the project company or the owners of the project company need to find a site. They need to build up this project. They need to start a new company, because if you want the support, we want to control that support doesn't leak to any other part of a company. So it's a new started company that build new reactors with this support. They cannot have any other business case in there. But the owners then, they need to come up with do mainly everything, which is, I mean, that's hard in a way. So it's, I guess, I'm sure there is advantages for, in Estonia, for example, that the government, like, kind of, this is a site, who wants to build on this site, who can build on this site. Then you have reduced the problems a lot. But here, it's not like that in Sweden, though. So you submit an application, and that will be processed through us. Besides this act, we also have an economic framework that we set up in the budget bill for 2026. And it's for, we start now for around half of the 5,000 megawatts, so up till 2,500 megawatts. A little less we think it will count for, but. And then we set up like a frame for the lending for 12 years of lending. That counted for, we have a frame there for lending for, that is 220 billion Swedish crowns. So if you divide it by 10, it will be about the euros, 22 million euros. We expect it to take 12 years to build here, but we also have a margin for delays. Because the parliament, they always in Sweden set up like the highest cost you can, what's the highest cost you can, well, a roof for the cost and also a time frame. So they never give us mandate for forever, like. So there is a time frame and there is a cost frame. We also have a risk reserve for, we said, there is for the loan frame for the expected cost and then a risk reserve for unexpected costs, overruns. And that's 100% cost overrun. So you need to, but what many do now, as we see, is they look at what did Olkiluoto cost, but what did Hinkley cost, what did Sizewell, what do we think they will cost, what will Pay cost, what will Dukovany cost? I mean, and those are higher, they are quite high. So if you start from that baseline, had that as a baseline, we really hope that 100% overrun will cover overruns then. But there are like worries. We start from that very high point, and then we have a 200% overrun. That will be a difficult business case. But we have 100% at least here, place for overruns. And then when you are in the operation phase, we have also a frame now for the CFDs, and we have a 40-year. We think that they will be inactive in 40 years, because that's what the Commission has decided for the other cases that have been tried with the Commission. So maybe also the loans, 40 years of loans, maybe they can be paid back earlier. They are loans, so they are supposed to be paid back. But the cost for the government in the long run is the CFD, where we believe the strike price, like for the CFD, will be higher than the average electricity price. So then we have to pay the company for that. 40 years of operation and some margin for delays also here. So I just go into the components a little bit more. You know the components here, and they are common now. I mean, there are some projects now in Europe with new reactors. There used to be none, but now there are. And it looks more and more like this. It's loans, it's a contract for difference, it's a risk and gain share mechanism. So it's nothing odd about the Swedish model there. And just to repeat, I mean, it's the state lends directly to the project company. from the National Debt Office, and we assume the credit risk. The project company borrows at the subsidized rate during construction, and we also have this risk reserve that in part finance cost overruns. And in part is, I mean, like I said, we require that there are equity. We say there need to be skin in the game. There need to be a drive to be efficient and held the cost down as much as possible. And how do we achieve that? It's how we design the support model then. The contract for difference is, like I said, it's a two-way. So if you have, if the strike price is set, and if the average electricity price in the market then is higher, will be higher than the strike price, then the project company pays to the government then, to the state. But if the average market price is lower than the strike price, then we pay the company. So they know that they have the strike price. And it's calculated on reference capacity. So it's not on how you run the reactor. It's decided ex ante. So you kind of know how much you can earn, but there will still be incentives to make even better profits than from the market. You can make it better if you produce more than the reference capacity, for example. And I mean, there is a lot of, I mean, there are worries from, at least from other energy sources, and maybe from the existing nuclear plants also, that this will be a market distortion. And we just try to minimize that when we design it also. And then, this is not a clear picture here, because this is really, I think for us, this mechanism is the hardest part in the model. The loan are pretty straightforward. You have to, I mean, there are, how do you incentivize that, and what should the loan share be, what should the rate be, and so, but it's kind of straightforward. The CFD is, of course, complicated, but it's a mechanism used, and we will not use any other mechanism than other countries there. So there are experience. The risk and gain share mechanism that was proposed from the inquiry we had made very, it was like a nice, or it was good, but it made a 50-50 split on the risks. You just split all the risk between the government and the company. So you didn't have to define every risk and think of who caused this risk. Because what you do in other countries is you see who can control the risk. Is it the project company who can control this risk? They should bear it. Or is it, like when it comes to regulatory changes, that would be the government. One reason, you should bear those risks. But here it was more like a 50-50 share. Otherwise, so that we struggle with, and well, I was going to say that in the end also, because the Commission didn't really like that. They thought it was not incentivizing enough, and that there will be a risk for overcompensation also, when it wasn't a very clear division of risks. So that we struggle a little bit with. But otherwise, in this mechanism, what you do, you set like a floor for invested equity and return of investment, and you set also a roof for the return of investment. And within that range, everything is fine. If you are below the floor, we can make the interest rate more favorable. We can raise the strike price to get the company to get back in a better return. And if they make a big profit, it will be above the roof. It will be the other way around, that the strike price will be lower, the interest rates less favorable, and so. For a while, it's not forever. It's a mechanism that's the most difficult thing in the model, and I think for all countries it is. Okay, I'm just going to show how does the application work. I mean, it's not a difficult application, really. The difficulty is probably what's in it still. I mean, it's not a 500-page. It's really very short application, the one we have. But I mean, you need to set up the company. You need to provide a management from that is good and qualified for the purpose. And we want, of course, very serious owners for the company also. You need to have the location, disposal over the location. You need to, you have to explain at least how are the conditions for connections to the electricity grid. Like, do we need to build more grid? That will take time. Or are there possibilities already? You don't have to have made your vendor choice. Some have, some haven't probably, but if you haven't, you present the alternatives planned. Reactor technology, reactor model, number of reactors, capacity. And then you plan all the way from preparatory measures through commissioning until decommissioning, all the way, the waste handling, everything. And we want to know, of course, do you have capital to invest in this company? How much capital do you have? And also, have you started the process for applying for the permits? We expect not that they have handed in the permit, but that they have started the process, like with the nuclear safety authority and so on. And then if everything is fine on that step, we will ask to have more details so we can calculate on the support model. Like, what are the electricity production? What is the operating period? And the costs, of course. The cost for planning, preparatory, the cost for construction, test operation, and then in the operation time, commercial operation time. So, what do we have? What are we working with now? Then we opened for application August the 1st. It was not like a rush because this is difficult, and there are potential applicants, but we see that they struggle with a lot of things to really be prepared to build new reactors. But we have one application. The company is brand new, Videberg Kraft it's called, but it's owned by Vattenfall, who is the biggest electricity producer in Sweden. They own it to 80%, and they have also a company called Industrikraft. It's also a fairly new company that is started by large Swedish corporations. There were 17 of them, but now 9 of them have decided to go into nuclear. So Industrikraft is now like more a nuclear company, and the others will maybe work with wind or other energy systems. But the corporation started it really because, I mean, they want to support Sweden to have more stable energy then. They see the need for that. And the plan from this Videberg Kraft, it's called here VKAB, is to build SMRs, 1,500 megawatts, nearby an existing reactor in Ringhals, it's called then, where they have large-scale reactors. And we anticipate maybe this will be the first SMR project tried by the European Commission. So we don't have much, maybe they will just try it like a large-scale reactor, but it will be the first though. So we don't have any precedent on that, but we have precedents on other cases. And we have started the negotiations. And I wrote here with very small letters, we have some key issues. One is state ownership. What Vattenfall says is that, well, maybe I should say also, since we are here in the GE Hitachi talk, that they haven't made the final vendor choice, Vattenfall or the VKAB here. They have had a long process with a lot of vendors, and now they have a choice of 2 left. And one is 3 Rolls-Royce SMR reactors, and the other one is 5 BWRX-300 from GE Vernova Hitachi. So, and you cannot talk to me about that because I do not make the vendor choice. But we'll see what they will choose. They will choose this year at least. And maybe it's interesting to know this about the ownership though, because what Vattenfall has declared very early is that they cannot themselves consolidate those loans that this will end up to on their balance sheet without risking its credit rating. They will be downrated if they do that. And that will, cost, then all of their production will be affected. So they have done quite an exercise on that with rating institutes. And to avoid that, they ask for one with a bigger balance sheet. That's the government, the state, to take a majority share then in the project company. So that is something we negotiate with them. We have Industrikraft, they took 20% as you saw. Vattenfall now has 80% and they want to go down and be, so we must take at least 51% from the government side. And we don't want that to be part of the support. If we go in as owners, we want to do it on market terms. So the government should be an owner like the other owners and work for the companies, best on market terms then, and on equal terms. So we have to negotiate, but still, if we don't go in as owners, this project won't happen. So is it a support or not? And the Commission, European Commission, will look at it as a whole. So they will look at the support and they will look at the ownership as well. So everything will be looked upon. And it's very interlinked. This secretariat here, we are negotiating both the ownership and the support. That's a little bit having 2 hats on, 2 different hats. But still, it's very interlinked, the shareholder agreement and the support agreements, because you cannot let any of the support leak to the owners. It needs to stay in the project company, all that money. So there cannot be any leakage. And then you have to look at the shareholder agreement. So we still, we have 2 hats on, but it's also very hard to just disconnect those 2. Yeah, and the risk-sharing model, I said, we struggle with that. And then we have, the last thing here is we have an ongoing dialogue also with other applicants, and might be a couple, maybe 2, applying for support this spring. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. A lot of interesting questions have been collected from the audience. So I'm going to take an extra few moments and minutes here. I think you briefly already mentioned it, but if the expected lending is over 12 years, at what point in the development process does that start? Before or after planning permission?
It starts planning permission. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by?
I assume they might mean the site permission that when they get.
No, we decided, the inquiry suggested that we shouldn't give any support until all the permits were, they have the permits for nuclear, well, to build nuclear, and the environmental permits. But we changed that. We figured that that is way too late to have the financing secured. It costs a lot of money, all the process, all the way there.
Yeah.
Because that's all the way till the FID, the final investment decision. So here, when we have the state aid approval from the Commission, you get the money, and we count it from really the date you applied, in a way. So you get it also for the preparatory works. Yeah.
Right, thank you. And could the public aid be allocated to foreign companies? For example, Fortum.
Yes, as long as they will be tried with this. I mean, the companies are tried through it's the law we have, what is it called now? Well, for foreign investment, there is a law on, we have an agency just looking into all foreign investments in Sweden for security reasons. So kind of, if you can pass that and you're a foreign company, we're happy to have foreign companies also.
Right.
Yes.
Thank you. And is such a state loan to a developer acceptable from the EU legislation point of view as a state aid to a private company?
Take it from the beginning.
Is such a state loan to a developer?
Yeah. Yes. Also, there are no. I mean, state loans. That's common. They have this. The only thing the Commission is like, it's how favorable are the loans then. But I mean, they have decided on and accepted loans for 40-year loans and so. What they look on the Commission is really the rate of return. You cannot be overcompensated, and you cannot distort the market, and you cannot, I mean, make too much profit on this. That's what they. So they look at it all as a package. Yeah.
Right.
But loans are fine. Yeah.
And final question: does this support in Sweden consider also the decommissioning process?
No. Not. That's a separate area, and we don't have, that's a lot of work going on with that too, but no. And it's the polluter pay principle, I mean, so that's the funding principle with, yeah.
Right.
For many years funding.
Right.
Yes.
Thank you very much for interesting presentation.
Yes, thank you.
Sorry, Christina. Turns out there's
one more question. Agri South, University of Latvia. When we are talking about financing the nuclear power plant via contract of differences and others, there are a lot more payments in a system than just payment for electricity, like balancing payments, power reservation payments, etc. How are they included into the future financing of nuclear power plant?
I think, I'm not the expert on this really, but I believe we look at all the project as a whole, and it will be, I mean, it will be followed for a long time after operation also, and checked how the rate of return is on the company as a whole. It is the company as a whole we look upon. I mean, everything will be looked upon, also when designing the CFD, I guess, and the strike price and so. I can't do any better answer, I think, but it's everything goes into the model.
It's perfect.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ja nüüd liigume tagasi Eesti konteksti. Asukoha valik.
Estonia, so the site selection is one of the most important aspects, because this is when and under which conditions you can build a power plant. Now, during the next presentation, we get an overview of the site selection and the planning permission situation.
Tere! Mul paluti siis see ettekanne teha eesti keeles, et kes siis soovib tõlget, saate siis
So the presentation in Estonian, so you can use the headphones.
Fermi Energia poolt
So on behalf of Fermi Energia, I would like to give the current situation regarding the planning permission, because the national process is not quite that far yet, but I'm sure that next year we will have somebody representing the economic affairs who is responsible for planning and who will give an overview of the national processes, how far we managed to reach. So a little bit of an overview where we are today, because the government started the special planning permission. We applied, the government accepted, analyzed and started it. And today the situation is that procurement just came to an end. So the Ministry of Economic Affairs organized a procurement. The goal of the procurement is to find an expert who has a team who is going to carry out the planning permission process. And the presumed choice is about February, March, and then it should be clear enough who is going to be expert, who is going to implement it. And this is choices made by the ministry. And of course, we have the right to consult and participate in this process. And very briefly, from the government point of view, the procurement is now over. So we have a very impressive team who is going to prepare. 39 different experts are required, and as you can see, they are in many different fields. What is interesting to note is that for the first time we have requested a security expert due to the war in Ukraine, and also nuclear competence, which is different compared to the other traditional planning permission processes. Everything else is the same. So what is a special planning permission for Estonians? It is probably something you're aware. In the rest of the world, it's usually you have to explain quite a lot what is the special planning permission for the nuclear power plant, because this mechanism doesn't really exist elsewhere, because this is a choice of the developer elsewhere in agreement with the local government. And so we have the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Communication who will choose, approved by the government. And so the developer will make the proposal, but the decision regarding the site is made by the government. So we have two stages right now. So the first stage. So the first stage is the preliminary site selection, and this is when we choose from different candidates one site. Second stage is approval of the special planning permission and details. So this means that from this one selected site, we will start studying it in greater detail, and we'll draw a final conclusion. Yes, it's safe, it's suitable, we can build a nuclear power plant. And both stages will be approved by the government of the Republic, and once both stages are over, then the government will approve of the site, and we can then continue with the building permission, and we can negotiate with the regulator. So here we can see the planned area. So this is what is in the procurement. So it's in northeast Estonia. So this is Ida-Lääne Viru County. So we have Viru, Nigula and Lüganuse. These are the two rural municipalities where we are trying to find the most suitable site. So historically, this has been an industrial area, especially northeast Estonia, because this is where we've been producing electricity from fossil fuel. So this would be naturally a suitable site considering the available labor and natural conditions. Why this area is so large? Of course, we need access to grids, TSO, so that's why the area is so large, because this is not, of course, the area which is necessary for the power plant. Here is a quick overview. What's quite interesting when it comes to the planning permission, then people attend different information days, listen to the overview, and there are some messages which get lost. And recently, which we found that we have some interesting urban myths of what is actually happening. And from when it comes to nuclear energy, they always have some conspiracy theories that we are planning to do something extra. But we're looking at the 2 nuclear reactions and the service area, additional buildings, cooling stacks, which are necessary for the functioning of, and plus the grid connections. So this is not 4 reactors, it's not multiple sites, it's 1 site where we have 2 reactors. So this is the content, because I have also heard that there are different theories, that there is going to be more built in different sites. So, but this is not in the plans right now. So a quick overview of what is the first stage timeline, because right now the ministry has provided their timeline on the first stage, and they are out of different sites. The experts will make a proposal that develops the criteria and will choose, and 1 to 5, average 3. In 2 or 3, it's usually what we go with, and we are starting to look into. And so this is a sensible choice. And if we've chosen a few of them, 2 or 3, we will carry out additional studies, see if we have a need for more information. And then we have to make sure that we have a confirmed choice. Then we have consultations. This is where we have to consult with the ministries, and all the ministries today have been involved, since the nuclear energy is quite a wide topic. So there is quite a bit of issue with getting all the approvals, so there'll be no delay. So if there are many officials, many ministries, then there can be delays. So I think this is going to be an interesting challenge for us. So as the minister said, this is the biggest industrial investment in Estonia, so how we can make sure that the process is all efficient. So this will be interesting. Now its first stage will end autumn 2027. So what is important, and what we have been looking at so far, that the nuclear power plant, in addition to the impact, brings a great deal of benefits, because we have been explaining it quite a bit regarding the potential impact. So last year I gave you an overview of where we have been, and people have had many questions, fears, which is also very natural, because in Estonia we have no history here, we have no nuclear power plants. So we have a bit uncomfortable history due to our neighbor in the east, so we had to explain a great deal what the impact is and what does a modern nuclear power plant mean. Another aspect which is important, and we have not really considered in such a detail yet, but we have to do it now, looking at the benefit of the society when it comes to nuclear power plants. So if we were to compare this to other sites, the nuclear power plant brings a lot of benefits. This is what the Nordic countries' practice can show, that it brings more life to the area. And another interesting thing is that in the new act, it also includes a nuclear energy production fee. So because it is very complicated to understand or define exactly what is the environmental impact, because a nuclear power plant is clean, there is no emissions, there is no mining, then it's very hard to define the environmental impact here. But at the same time, people have a lot of fears, a lot of questions. What's going to happen? What's going to happen with my real estate? So this is natural questions which will come with any nuclear projects. But today, the Ministry of Climate has developed a nuclear energy act, which refers to compensation to local population who is going to fall into the nearby area within 2 kilometers radius of the nuclear power plant. So this is quite a considerable amount which this person will receive for the tolerating of the power plants, in addition to other benefits such as jobs, taxation, social projects, and what we would like to see, that as many people as possible would remain living there. They have to go to work every day. So that means that we have to make sure that they have a good environment to live in. And another important thing we've been working on, this is Fermi Energia, and in the future we will have a planning expert, the Minister of Economic Affairs and Communication, but this is only a procurement right now, so they don't know who is going to do that. Then we have taken this role among ourselves and will be carrying it out in the future. So what is very important is the involvement of the local community. I like what Sandor said, that you can't build a nuclear power plant in secret. I think this is a very good philosophy. We have maintained this over the years. So we have been coordinating with people different surveys, decisions, explained all the stages to them, why certain choices have been made, why something has been excluded, how far we've gotten. So it's very interesting. I also kept an eye on this because on one hand, people want decisions to be made, be specific, tell me how things are. And on the other side, they want to be involved. So, but these two don't go hand in hand, because if the decisions have been already made, that means you were not included. So at the beginning, there was a lot of confusion that the numbers are changing. Do you know what you're doing? But now people have sort of reached the stage where they understand that they have been actually involved. They can see how the project is being created and is changed, and they understand that no big thing is happening that overnight, because everything needs to be studied. And you have an approach stage by stage. They have very constructive ideas and feedback. So the question is whether we'll have a nuclear power plant, but rather the question is how we're going to do that. What are the best solutions? Where it should be built? What do we need? So it's very interesting to follow all this. And since year 22 to 25, we have organized over 80 information events. Over 700 people have been involved. And in addition to that, we have had trips to Olkiluoto, to Finland. It's a close trip. Olkiluoto is a very good place to visit. It's really cool. So there's a lot for us to learn from there. So this has helped people to reach the understanding that when they not everybody likes nuclear energy 100%. That's not going to happen. But many people have understood what is a modern nuclear power plant. This is not what we've seen in history. Things have moved forward, technology has moved forward, and people are really sort of thinking along, and they have overcome many fears. So we have heard where there was a lady who said that she could not sleep all night because she was very much afraid, but she came to the trip, and after the trip, there was nothing scary, so she was a little bit disappointed because she said that she imagined it was all really horrific and scary, and then looked at, no, that's like a hospital, it's very clean, so it was boring for her. So, of course, people are afraid, and if there's a lack of knowledge, then we fill this gap with the worst case scenario, which is a natural reaction. We all do that in order to survive, so we can't be upset about it either. So a summary of last year. So what we've been doing so far. So last year we had 23 meetings, about 277 participants, and in 19 different locations. So we keep track. We ask people to register when they attend. So what else we do is that we always write down what concerns they have. Because the government today is not organizing events yet, because they're not part of this process officially yet, then our goal is to make sure that we educate people and we prepare them, because nuclear power plant is a complicated topic. practice will tell us that people don't understand it right away, what it means. And when they have piles of surveys and you have 30 days to decide whether you want it or not, then this can't be done. They need to understand it first, maybe talk about their fears, and then they can give you some constructive feedback. So this is the work we've been carrying out so far. So we can inform people as much as we can and prepare them. So if we are part of the official process already, then it's going to be constructive and they really are informed. So regardless what the decision is, that's fine as long as it is knowledge-based. So we did this word cloud as well. So we asked people what are their concerns, what it is where they would need more information, what are their fears. And every time we have these public discussions, then I have my colleague who is there. She lives locally, so she communicates with the local community a lot, and we always map these keywords. So we know what we're talking about. So it's not that we show up and we have a presentation, but rather we do care and want to know what the concerns people have, because it's not nice to live with a fear. So here we have the word cloud. So bigger word, more it has been mentioned. What are the expectations? What it is what people want to find out more about? So they want to learn more about safety. So that means that they have accepted a nuclear power plant, but rather they want to know, how do you live next to a power plant? How does it impact me? Is it safe? They want to know more about the planning, local benefits. Confidence is very important. And you can win trust only if you're there and you're open and you communicate with the people, because you cannot win confidence if people can't see you and you're just sending in some text and presentations. Trust happens when they can see you. So this is what we're working on. And waste is an important topic. Real estate price is an important topic, which is, of course, basic issue. If people are living next to it, what it is, what I'm going to do, how does it impact me? So these are all very practical things. If you looked at the early stages, the question was, would the nuclear power plant have an impact? Why do you need that? That took a lot of time. But now it's all very practical in its approach. To conclude, what I would like to say, this is a very large-scale project. It's the biggest industrial investment in Estonia. It is a very serious topic. It's not sci-fi. It's something which is perfectly doable also in Estonia, but it's a big project. So that means that it takes a very close cooperation with the community, with the ministries, politicians and developers. So it means we all have to think about it and cooperate. So in order for these decisions to be taken, because as a developers we have to fulfill the expectations as well, and we want to get to this stage where we can bring the nuclear energy to the people by the end of 35. So that means we have to be in construction already by year 31. So choice of location is a time-critical political decision, because we cannot manage it ourselves. This is in the hands of the ministry. We participate in it, and this means that we have to have close cooperation. We have to take a close look at it, so it'll be safe, of good level of quality, but not to have it in excess, so that every stage has its own goal. And because of that, I believe we are also efficient time-wise. So it's quite a serious challenge. It's the first major step. But Estonia is a small country, which is a positive thing. Then we all know each other. We have seen each other, and this makes things easier when it comes to cooperation and understanding each other compared to bigger countries. So I'm an optimist, and I think that so far the cooperation has been very good. And I see no reason why it shouldn't be good also in the future. That's it. Thank you.
suur aitäh, siin on jälle paar küsimust kogunenud ja kui tuleb
questions as
saali
well.
pealt, siis
So
tõstke.
if you have questions in the room, please raise your
Esimene on,
hand.
et kas Fermi
So the first question is, would Fermi Energia plan to use BWRX 300 for thermal energy, or is it too far from settlements? We have discussed this topic because the capability of the possibility is there, but this depends on the community. Does it pay off? Is it feasible? Because we don't know today where exactly we're going to be. We cannot choose the site. The choice will be made by the ministry and approved by the government. Then today it's too early to speculate. We have to choose the site first, and then we can see what the actual need is.
mis profiiliga inimesed
So what kind of people usually attend these information sessions? Do you know what has been the impact of these information sessions, and has there been any input, some which has been put included in the planning later? We have a lot of different people attending, starting with the local politicians, just local residents, different organizations. So we have lots of different people. So we have had some very, very practical topics which we have written down and forwarded to the expert. For example, light. So I don't want the nuclear power plant to be very lit up at night. Some people who say that I want this forest to be kept here, very easy to take into consideration. But you find only these things out when you talk to the locals, because you don't know what they might think about. So a lot of practical proposals which we were able to take into account. And people don't have any ridiculous wishes. These are very clear and simple things.
ning veel üks küsimus, kuidas plaanite kindlustada seda, et tuumajaama ehitus tuleks
So how we can make sure that this happens in timely manner, but we are not skipping on security just to finish building by 2035? This is exactly what I discussed first, that in the planning permission we have two stages. One is the more generic for the choice of location, and the other one is more thorough. We have to make sure it's safe. We have to study exactly as much as we need to, because safety is paramount on nuclear energy, but it's stage by stage. As much as we need for the decision to be made and to map, don't know yet, and what we need to study for the next stage. So this means that we will be optimal in our approach, and we are not skipping on safety. And I think there was a question of how to understand how efficient the information events are. We are also doing our own measuring, because we want to grow and understand. We have a door-to-door questionnaire for the local population. One is national. So what do you think about nuclear power plant? And the other one is a survey to the local population. Do you want nuclear power plant in your local area? Fresh data came yesterday. I cannot give you overview yet, but when I took a quick look, then in both local governments, more than a half say that yes, indeed, I want a nuclear power plant in my area. So this is very good, because generally people don't want in the backyard anything at all.
ja millal oleks plaanis
So when is the plan to start environmental studies? Environmental studies, because this is the strategic impact assessment of the environment. So this is one of the strategies. We have a planning document, and we have strategic assessment, which gives us an overview of the environmental impact, social impact. So we are looking at the impact together, and this is how we make a choice. Any questions from the audience?
Siis ma ütlen suur aitäh.
Thank you very much.
Keskkonnamõjud ja nende teaduspõhine hindamine on teema, mis huvitab nii avalikkust ja ka otsustajaid. Kuidas tagada see,
the decision makers as well as the general audience, how to make sure that the impacts that come along with nuclear reactors are objectively assessed, and how is monitoring organized? This is what we will hear about from Nikki Bergroth from Fortum.
Good afternoon. My name is Nikki Bergroth. working as an engineering director in Fortum in our new nuclear business unit. Today, I, however, will not talk about new nuclear. I was asked to come here and tell a little bit about the impacts on the nuclear power plant cooling waters on the Baltic Sea. I would want you to keep this title in your mind. I will come back to it at the end of the presentation. So, Loviisa, 100 kilometers east of Helsinki, 2 pressurized water reactors, Loviisa 1 and Loviisa 2, based on the Russian VVER technology. The commercial production began in 1977 for Loviisa 1 and 1980 for Loviisa 2. The plant's total thermal output is 3,000 megawatts, and the net electrical output roughly 1,014 megawatts, leading to our 34% net efficiency. In 2024, the load factor was 88.3%, 7.9 terawatt hours of electricity was produced, which is roughly 10% of Finland's total electricity production. We have currently operating license until 2050. This was issued in 2023, meaning that the original design life of the plants from 40 years will be extended to 70 years. Regarding the cooling waters, we have a valid environmental permit for water management, and it was granted in 2009. And the power plant continuously employs around 570 employees and 100 subcontractors. For the Loviisa, we are using direct seawater cooling, and it's underlined here because we are taking the water from the sea, running it through the process, and then discharging it outside or back to the sea. And after the intake, the water is in Loviisa led through a series of rock tunnels to the pumping stations of the power plants. And within or during the process, there are 3 stages for screening or filtering the water with coarse screens, fine screens, and chain baskets. And the main interesting issue is here the turbine condensers. So the water, cooling water used for condensing the steam in the condensers is during the process warmed up by 8 to 12 degrees in the process. The cooling water in Loviisa is taken from the west side. You can see it on the picture on the left side. And it's actually an intake structure, so the water is taken from roughly 10 meters of depth. We have an average flow rate of 44 cubic meters per second, and this is of course lower in the winter time and higher in the summertime. The environmental permit limit is 55 cubic meters per second. And we are using roughly 1,300 millions of cubic meters per year, whereas the environmental permit limit is 1,800. The temperature of the intake varies between 0 to 22 degrees, depending on the season. We have the largest variations in the temperature during May and June and in October. And maybe a little bit surprisingly that the highest temperatures appears to be in August, not in July, but in August. July, August, the surface water temperature can reach up to 30 degrees. And I put also some information about the phosphor and nitrogen contents of the water, because pretty much we are moving water from one place, and the water is a little bit eutrophic and also mesotrophic, and it's moved to another location, and we are adding heat to it. The discharge is on the east side of the island, and the water is discharged over an underwater wire, and it's a surface discharge. Regarding the discharge, this is what the environmental permit limit states. So the same as for the intake, the max discharge 55 cubic meters per second, 1,800 million cubic meters per year. We cannot exceed 60,000 terajoules per year, and the cooling water delta temperature cannot be more than 14 degrees as a daily average and 13 degrees as a monthly average. There is also a hourly limit, which is 34 degrees. And in case we are above 32 degrees for at least 24 hours, we actually need, according to the permit, send in a report to the authorities to explain what was the impact of the excess that was discharged to the sea. As I mentioned, 2023, the Loviisa power plant obtained new operating license. As part of that process, we did an environmental impact assessment that included the option of extending the plant's operation for additional 20 years and also the decommissioning of the plant. And among all other assessments, during this process, the impact of the cooling water discharge to surface waters, fish, fishing, and other aquatic species were assessed. And there is actually a link to down at the presentation for the environmental impact report in English if you want to have a look on the details. This is a rather complex and wide topic, so I'm trying to compress this in 20-25 minutes. And I am not a biologist, by the way, I'm an engineer, so I need to express my gratitude to our environmental specialists that have helped me with the presentation. So, about the impacts. It's clear that Loviisa power plant, the thermal load, has contributed to the water body's temperature. It has changed. The stratification conditions, which means that warmer waters and also depending on the salinity of the water, when you discharge it into the sea, it might dive underneath the water, and we would of course not want to have the water diving. We want it to stay on the surface because then we have the best efficiency for the heat to go to the air. With the higher temperatures, also the growing season in the water body is longer, and all this together, it's clear that the heat load to the sea, that it intensifies the eutrophication on a local scale. But having said that, the marine environment is complex. It includes biological and physiochemical interactions, and the heat load from the power plant is only one item that is affecting the state of the water body. There are also nutrient loads coming from rivers. There are discharges from other facilities, and in the Loviisa case, we have the municipality's wastewater treatment plant, and then there are also some fish farms that are contributing to the state of the sea area. Then on top of that, the global warming, and also in general, the Baltic inflows in the Baltic Sea impact. And this is now a picture from the third water resource management period. The Hestholmen Island is the gray next to the red one. And if you remember, the water is taken from the left-hand side and discharged on the east side. So the thermal load effects, based on this classification, they are limited to the Klobbfjärden water body. That includes the Hestholmsfjärden Bay and the Klobbfjärden Bay where the discharge is being, or the water is being discharged. And the general development of the Gulf of Finland, that impacts, of course, the water bodies. And we have a river called Tesjoki that is actually bringing a lot of nutrients into this water body. If we are looking at for a future point of view, how this status of this water body will change or how it will develop, it's a sum of many different factors. In the long term, it depends highly on how the climate change scenarios are realized in the future. And we know that warmer summers combined with the thermal effect increases the thermal effect, or the thermal load may increase the thermal effect. But most importantly, what are the measures that will be taken to reduce this, the inflow of nutrition from agriculture and then the other sources? In the environmental impact assessment, this was modeled. Here you can see on the left-hand side without the power plant in operation. And on the right-hand side, the power plant in operation. And this is pretty much the maximum, showing the maximum temperature differences that is existing in the area. The other one is not that red, and the other one is red. So there are clear impact on the temperature. And the same goes for winter. It's a little bit nicer color because the water is cold. On the left-hand side, the average impact or average increase in temperature, and then on the right-hand side, the maximum temperature differences. And this is a good bridge to the next slide. During winter and ice, this winter has been a winter in Finland at least. The sea was frozen outside of Helsinki when I yesterday came with the ferry. That's not always the case. But around the Hestholmen Island, the warm cooling water, it has a negative impact on the ice cover. In front of the power plant and also in the straits leading out from Hestholmsfjärden. Permanent ice covers forms later, but it also breaks out earlier than in areas that are not impacted by the heat load. And immediately in front of the power plant in the discharge site, the water is permanently, or it will not freeze during the winter. Of course, this varies significantly from year to year and depends heavily on how the winter is. And due to the weakening ice conditions, this is issued warning boards in the environment and also in the local newspapers. And on the right-hand side, you can see a satellite image from 2024, February, showing clearly the area that is ice-free. Then what about the fish and fishery? Based on fish stock studies, the sea around the power plant is a fry production area for many fish species: herring, goby, perch, pike perch. The warm water that is changing, it benefits the fish that are adapted to warm water. So pike perch and cyprinids are overrepresented, whereas fish that like cold water, they are not anymore there. Interesting topic is also that because of the thermal effect, this might also give competitive advantage to some invasive alien species. So we have this black-spotted goby, and I will not even try to do the Latin name, but it's there for reference, so you can see. I don't maybe even know how it looks, this fish, but it's an invasive alien species that has set foot there, and due to the warm waters, it's apparently staying there. In general, about 25 to 30 tons of biomass, fish and algae, flows to the cooling water intake per year. And in the screens and in the traveling band screens, they are removed. And about 10 to 20 ton is fish out of this biomass. And mainly smelt, herring, pike perch, ruff, roach, and bream. But this also varies very, very much. So, for example, in December 2020, we had a herring loft that entered the plant, and in total 20 tons of fish, 12 tons of fish came in 8 hours. And of course, if you like ice fishing, due to the weakened ice conditions, it's an impact, it's a negative impact. Then on the other hand, the warm cooling water keeps the Hestholmsfjärden unfrozen, and this has been a significant factor in the formation of a regionally important bird area in the Hestholmsfjärden Bay. And for example, this tuft duck, which is classified as endangered in Finland since 2015, is wintering in these areas. But it's not just the impact on the environment, it's also an impact for the power plant. So from the efficiency point of view, we don't like the warm waters. We would want to have as cool water as possible in order to get the efficiency of the plant up and produce as much electricity as possible. But unfortunately, the warm surface waters during summer, even if the intake for Loviisa is, as I mentioned, 10, 11 meters, there is some circulation and it draws water also from the surface, so we can clearly see it in the efficiency that when the waters are warm, the efficiency goes down. And also due to the island and how the discharges, how the water is taken in and discharged, we have some recirculation of the warm water to the other side of the plant, to the intake. And due to this, in connection with the environmental permit, we have had some issues related to high intake water temperatures, and these have led to power restrictions and loss of production during summers. And here are some examples that in last year, for example, 70 gigawatt hours was lost in Loviisa 1, 218 hours with reduced power output, and then some other examples. And my assumption is that the global warming might increase also and extend these periods for both reduced plant efficiency and loss of production in the future. And about the impacts in general, since 1970s, the area has been very well documented and monitored, and especially regarding the wastewaters and the cooling water discharges. And the impacts on the sea areas in general have been studied, and also the fish and fishery. In the recent years, we have actually focused more and more now on the impact on these alien species, and it's maybe from 2 points of view. It's from the environmental point of view, but also from the power plant point of view. Last year also an paleolimnological sediment study was done, and as far as I understood from those studies, the, let's say, degradation of the seawater or the area was started in 1950, much before the power plant was there, just by natural reasons. And then a little bit about the invasive alien species. As I mentioned, the goby or black-spotted goby that has established in the sea area, the warm cooling waters actually provides favorable conditions for invasive species, and they are actually normally coming from warmer origin, and they might reproduce and establish themselves in the sea area. They are often, if not always, maritime traffic stowaways, coming from the ballast waters, fixed on vessel hulls, etc. And what makes these interesting is that some of them are fouling, and they form harmful growth on power plant structures, and they might clog heat exchangers and pipelines. And this increases cleaning needs and costs, and also directly decreases the plant efficiency, and impacts also the plant availability if we need to shut down the plant in order to clean up the fouling. And of course, large detached colonies of mussels, etc., they may actually cause problems and severe blockages. In Loviisa, the most significant invasive alien species that is causing harm is the Conrad's false mussel. Then we have also this freshwater hydro and bay barnacle. And in 2022, the Atlantic rangia was first observed. That has not yet caused any harm. But we have, it looks like it would be algae or something, but it's actually a simple aquatic invertebrate animal, a bryozoan, and it's the most recent finding, and it's a brackish water species originating from North America. And it was actually observed first time 2023 in our Olkiluoto power plant on the west coast of Finland, in the cooling water channels. In 2024, it was observed in Loviisa. And during 25 annual outage, the species was observed to have spread more widely and actually overtaking most of the species in the previous slide. So we need more information on this this guy and also on the potential control methods. And for this year, a master's thesis is planned in order to see what can be done. But it's, so to say, we are following the situation. And then coming to the end, I hope you still have the title of the presentation in your mind. It's clear that the largest environmental impacts from a nuclear power plant, underlined with direct seawater cooling, they are caused by the discharge or the warm cooling waters in the water body. That's no doubt about it. However, the impacts are manifold. It's very difficult to say what is good, what is bad. But what can be said is that the natural state of the water body, that is changed in many ways, and it's changed permanently. Some of these impacts, they can be reduced by technical or design solutions or then technical solutions. But of course, it requires some kind of cost-benefit deliberation. Even with the heat load from the nuclear power plant, it's only one factor affecting the status. It is the water marine environment is complex biologically and physico-chemically. There are the runoff of the nutrients from agriculture and other activities that are having a significant impact on the overall state of the water body. And then not to forget the climate change. And having said all of this, I want to end the presentation in that still the impacts are only local. The whole Baltic Sea is not affected. They are local, and it is a choice, and they will be there, and the environment will change. How that depends on how the intake and discharge is being done, but still they are local. So the whole Baltic Sea is not affected. And with this, thank you for your attention, and in case there are any questions, I can try to answer them.
Thank you, Niki. Always good to see you here in Estonia.
Thanks.
We have few questions in Slido.
Hope they are not very hard. My biologists are not, I didn't take them with me.
Yeah, and raise hands if you have questions there. Yeah, microphone is coming. Meanwhile, let's ask one question from here. Will the freezing of the sea and therefore the lowering of the sea level affect nuclear power plant, its safety and environment?
Freezing, we have, if we're talking about nuclear safety, of course, loss of cooling water, it's something that we don't want. Related to freezing and winter, let's say the biggest risk is fragile ice. So when the temperature of the water is getting subcooled, and if there is no wind, then its possibility is that the sea water temperature is actually below 0 degrees. Mm-hmm. And then if there is something that is crystallizing or making the water to freeze, it can actually block the full intake. In order to prevent this, when the temperatures are getting close to 0, there is some of the warm water that is being discharged is routed actually to the intake so that this particular hazard or risk is being mitigated. And the underwater wire on the discharge side, that's the reason why it's there. So even if there is changes in the elevation of the seawater, mm-hmm. It's stabilizing, so the process in itself doesn't notice if the water is going up and down. But mm-hmm. Yes, high water levels, low water levels, they are environmental risks that are being considered in the design of the plant. Mm-hmm.
I have a question. Is fishing allowed close to the wastewater or cooling water discharge site?
I was actually, or I would say my spontaneous answer was unfortunately not. I love fishing and it would be an excellent place to fish, but no, due to security reasons, you cannot fish. But actually I don't know exactly where the lines are where you can fish and where you cannot, but not immediately at the, so to say, discharge of the power plant, no.
Okay, another question. The Estonian power plant would be probably just on the other side of the Baltic Sea. Will that have a cumulative effect on the sea, or are the effects local? Well, actually, you answered that question
I tried
already.
to answer it as best as I could, that they are local and they are there, but they are really local when we are considering the thermal output from the power plant. So unless you would put a new power plant just next to the existing power plant, then we could talk about cumulative effects. So no.
Another question. There is microphone. Yeah, please. Please.
Yes, Oleg Linkage from Latvenergo. I mean, about this cumulative effect. In your case, in Loviisa, you have one through cooling system. Take water from the sea. I understand in Fermi project you might use cooling towers, where the water inflow which will be substantially less than. I know it's maybe not decided yet, but how these two different cooling system, what kind of, how you can compare the environmental impact of two different cooling systems, which I mentioned.
I put there that some design and technical solutions that the environmental impacts can be mitigated by some design and technical solutions, but it requires a cost-benefit considerations. If you have as good cooling water conditions as we have in the Nordics or in the Baltic Sea, cold water during winter, there is a huge impact on the efficiency of the plant. If you want to do it with cooling towers, it's possible, but you will be penalized in the efficiency of the plant.
Yeah, and from Fermi's side, we can say that, yeah, the primary target is to use direct cooling if possible, but it's not finally decided.
And then in the brackish waters in the Gulf of Finland, the salinity is maybe not that nice when talking about cooling towers. It's possible, but not that nice. Typically it's river freshwater or non-salinity, not seawater that is being used.
Yeah, another question here is, will the problem of the invasive species remain a local problem around the plant, or could it be spread elsewhere?
Short answer is that, as I mentioned, the thermal load with the higher temperatures, that is actually giving the conditions for these invasive species that require warm water. So they will be limited as long as the temperatures are not due to other reasons like the global warming increasing. So if they have now established locally around the power plant, if the seawater elsewhere will start to be warmer, of course, then there is the possibility that they can spread.
There's another question, I guess it's how impact compares with other sources. I guess it's meant other sources of energy.
For a power plant, whether it's nuclear, coal, whatever is used, if it's utilizing direct sea cooling, it is exactly the same. So if you take the water and just run it through the process and generate electricity, it doesn't matter what the production source is. Condensing power plants will have thermal loads.
Good. Thank you very much, Niki.
Thank you.
Thank you. Tuumaenergia kasutuselevõtuks on vaja selget
nuclear energy, we need very clear and considered legal framework. Now, after the lunch break, we shall focus on how Estonian nuclear regulation is developed and what is the role of international cooperation. So we have lunch served behind you, and please visit Alara presentation. We also have some nuclear-related works of the university students from Tartu. So we'll meet again exactly 1 hour, 1:50.
Orange Hills Energy and Fermi Energia Seacraft representatives, please come to the stage for a quick group photo. Kõik Fermikad, palun lavale.
Nii, tere tulemast tagasi.
So welcome back.
Kui keegi tunneb kerget
So
väsimust,
if you
siis
feel a little bit tired, then don't be worried. That's quite fine. And now the next presentations will not let you fall asleep. So now I have a great pleasure to welcome to the stage the coordinator of the Estonian Nuclear Energy Working Group, Indrek Anepaju.
Aitäh!
Thank you very much.
Aitäh Fermile selle ürituse korraldamise eest.
For organizing this event, because to keep this topic alive throughout the years has been difficult, but now last year has been very positive, and that's also the outcome of a lot of work. So I'm the only one who's representing the government on the stage here. And so I'm talking on behalf of my colleagues of the Regulator Working Group, and they've been doing a lot of work. So we can say that they are real true fans of this field. So we talk about the legislation, regulator today, and also international cooperation.
ENMAC.
So first of all, as it's the plan is called ENMAC, and the minister has said that that we need to produce electricity and a lot more electricity than we produce today. So this is not just a nice plan, but this is an unavoidable need we have. When we look at the competitiveness of our economy. So in 2024, Estonia imported 32% of its electricity. Then last year it was 46%. So in order to solve this problem, we need renewable energy sources, storage solutions, controllable or managed sources, and baseload sources. So if the topic today is 600 megawatt nuclear power plant, if it starts working in 2035, that it means that based on the current plan, that's to be 12 terawatts, then it covers 40% of the Estonia's projected energy needs. So that means that 60% will still have to come from renewable sources. So I would like to take this off the table that renewable sources would not be important, then they will. But the nuclear power is necessary in order to make sure that we have the base load covered.
Tuumaprogrammi vedamisega me ei leiuta.
So when it comes to the nuclear program, we are not reinventing the wheel, but we are very carefully following the International Atomic Energy Agency's roadmap. We started in 2020, and the question was if we're going to do that. And in 2024, the Parliament made a decision that Estonia will continue with the nuclear energy program and will start with the preparatory stages. So this also meant that we are moving on to the second phase. So this, of course, takes a lot of work and a lot of time, so it's the biggest challenge. This long process will come to a conclusion from years from now, so once the construction permit has been issued. So every step has to be taken right in order for this to happen. So our startup spirit helps us to be effective, but it cannot mean that we will save on the safety side. So the IAEA has determined 19 areas to be addressed. So this is from the regulatory framework and safety and engagement of stakeholders. So this is a whole picture and all the steps we need to take at the same time. But there are some different stages which are in focus at different points of time, but in order to understand that this is a lot of work which needs to be done. Looking at the timetable, then this is quite ambitious but also realistic. The goal is to make sure that the first reactor would start producing electricity by the end of 2035. We know that this is when everything goes well. We are aware of the risks. Would they be political, economy or security-related risks? So we have talked about these risks. We are aiming to cover these risks as well, but we cannot really just include these risks just because we think they might materialize. We can also say that the government position is that it is our role to establish the rules to guarantee safety and also supervision in the preparatory phase, because we are not the ones building the nuclear power plant. We have not made also an investment decision. The developer and the operator are responsible for financing, construction and safe operation. So the nuclear energy program priorities for this year, first is the adoption of the Nuclear Energy and Safety Act. So this is what we're working on to make sure that it'll be adopted by midsummer this year. And the second one is the establishment of the regulator body for nuclear energy, which could start working in January 2027. I could say that the Act is a foundation for the entire process, and without this foundation, the process cannot continue. So how does it work? So the Minister of Climate leads a working group or the steering group, which includes top-level officials from almost all the ministries. I think the Minister of Culture has been excluded right now. But as the Dutch are painting their power plants, then maybe the Minister of Culture should be involved as well. In the working groups, we have people from different ministries. This is the legislation, human resource development plan, creation of regulator, development of national plan. So this is a teamwork. So in this stage, we are creating the preliminary conditions, and I would like to thank all these people who are in these working groups and who have been contributing. So there are many people like that. The Nuclear Energy and Safety Act now developing this act. This is not overnight because the first analysis was carried out in the first stages of the program where the recommended framework was established. So in order to develop this law, then the agency has created a very clear nuclear law framework. And this was used as a basis. So at the beginning of 2025, the working group began with the legislative activities. Last year, end of May, early June, we had the discussion plans. Then people were doing a lot of work during the summer. And last year, early December, then we reached the public discussion phase in January. We met with all the parliamentary groups, local government representatives in Rakvere, also environmental organizations. We got some written feedback, over 400 comments, which were very useful and forward-looking. So as I'm on the stage here, then my good colleagues are going through this 400 comments, and they're working on the improvement of the legislation. So the aim is to hand it over to the government in early March. So although we are moving forward quite fast, and the parties responsible have agreed that we are not going to take any shortcuts, we don't want to repeat what happened with a recent law which was adopted because we don't have time for that. So the aim is that the law will be adopted by midsummer. So the law itself, so this gives us very clear rules. So it doesn't regulate only how the plant functions, but the entire life cycle, starting with the site, construction, waste management from decades from now. So if we have a very strong framework, then we have the Consumer Protection Technical Regulation Authority, which will become a competent safety oversight. And third, then the developer has full financial responsibility, because the Act imposes an obligation on the operator of the plant to ensure the means to cover possible damages, safe decommissioning and waste management of the plant. So the state does not assume any obligations or risks here. So this is an act which is a foundation, is like a traffic code when we set out how it's safe to drive. But we're not going to buy a car, and we are not setting up our direction because we're not choosing technology. We are not making any decision. The law is technology neutral. We are not determining the capacity. We have no investments made. It's just a framework for these activities in order to continue. Now, when we developed the law, we used the best experiences. We're not doing anything on our own. We are just applying the best of the world. And the basis is the IAEA and laws from other countries. And my colleagues have been looking towards Canada and Finland. We have been consulting different international parties when developing this legislation, and we have received a lot of valuable feedback. So the process right now does not include a decision-making point to create the power plant. The process includes many points for decision for the government, which can confirm that the preparations are adequate for a certain stage in the process. So the first decision was 2024 to continue the program. Second decision will be now adoption of the law. Then next is establishment of the regulator body, establishing the site, establishing the planning permission, then establishing decommissioning fund, and then approval of the building permit. In addition to the government, the regulator must authorize the technology and pre-assess the capacity of the developer and the operator to build and operate the plant safely and in accordance with the regulations. Also including background check for safety, where the technologies comes from, how we have established the supply chain, and who is financing it all. So if all these stages have successfully been concluded, we have financial capabilities in place, then we will get to the end of the second stage in 2032, and issuing a building permit would mean entering the third stage, which is construction. So the government has still many opportunities here to either to choose to continue the program or choose not to do so. So what does it mean for the people? First of all, the knowledge that the safety requirements in this field are tougher than in any other field. Second, the local government and population will need to have a benefit from the process. So people will be involved in the decision-making process as they have been included so far, and this is how we'll continue in the future. So this is confirmed by the government and also by the developer Fermi Energia. So third, the Consumer Protection Board can stop any activities if there's questions regarding safety or questions regarding environment. So this is the only task they have. So what is a nuclear regulator? So if the law is the traffic code, then the regulator is the traffic police or the judge who will make sure that the rules will be followed without any questions. Because the law itself is only a paper if we don't have any institutions. On the international level, we talk about 3S: safety, security, and safeguards. So that means that we have enough control over nuclear material. This is the holy grail on this field. And the task of the regulator is to make sure that no activities would endanger people or the environment. As mentioned before, then the law gives this task to the Consumer Protection Board, and that means that there is a specialized subdivision which is performing as a regulator, and this will be established with the basis of the radiation department of the Environmental Board. Independence is important, so because this is the basis of the regulator. So independence is not just in theory, because this is a strict requirement of the IAEA and the European Union and conventions. So the regulator must be free from any undue influence, political pressure to move faster, or economic interest of the developer to save costs. So this means also financial stability. The regulator's funding must not depend on fines and be under direct control of energy policy managers. Safety decisions must and will remain purely professional. So as the Consumer Protection Authority is under the authority of the Ministry of Economic Affairs, and the energy policies then covered by the Ministry of Climate, so this is, there is no impact on the ministries on the shaping of the policies. We are not establishing this office from nowhere. So in a working group, we are establishing a very thorough report, and the work has been ongoing the entire year. The report will describe how the regulator is being set up from 2027 to 2032, so first 5 years. So for the purposes of this report, we've been using the best experts in the world, including Finnish regulator, which is STUK, we're considered to be one of the best in the world. We have been using the help of Polish regulator, consultants from the United States. We know very well what kind of competence and to which extent we need more people, what are the registers, information systems. So this is what we need throughout the years. When it comes to the functions of the regulator, then the work of the regulator is quite extensive, starting with the preparation of the legislation, permits, supervision, international cooperation, and the task of the regulator to comply with the safety, security, and supervision. It's an institution that is on call 24/7 to ensure the security of the people in Estonia. And we have a good role model here with the Finnish STUK. And over last many years, based on the surveys, it has been one of the offices which enjoys the highest confidence in Finland. So we have what to strive for, and we have the help available to us. Nuclear energy as a field needs people in the future, needs very good people. And if in 2027 we start with 17 specialists, then by 2031 this number will increase to 43. So, and then we also include the people who already have right now. So we talk about 60 to 65 people we need for this function. So where do these people come from? This is also a question that people tend to ask us. So the plan is to continue with recruitment, because we don't need all these people at once. We don't need them tomorrow. So it means that the recruitment plan includes also training. We train our people in cooperation with other countries. We recruit foreign experts. And we are starting to develop our national competence as well. So this is a long-term investment into Estonian human resources. Then there is also a possibility for us to outsource specific services. So if we recruit people from outside, there could be that some positions, their training period will be shorter. I don't want to paint too nice of a picture, because we all know that we have many challenges yet to overcome, so we are aware of it. We are working on different solutions and scenarios. Competition for nuclear specialists is quite extensive because many countries have extended their nuclear energy programs. So if we want to be successful, we have to be smarter. We have to offer a good working environment, and we also have to show that the Estonian nuclear energy program is on a global level and we're doing something which is worthwhile. We cannot underestimate the preparation time. We can learn from the best and use the best international good standards. The final versions will be finished by the end of by the early March, and we'll send this document to the government and the parliament with the Nuclear Energy and Safety Act. So this is they will have all the information. Now there is a draft amendment to the Government of Republic Act, so we'll be working on that next. So to make sure that the parliament has access to that document, and during the first half of 2026, we'll start with the detailed recruitment and training plan. At the same time, we are looking at the radiation development to be taken from the Environmental Board to the Consumer Protection Board, so all the nuclear and radiation competence will fall under one roof. Now, this new Nuclear Energy and Safety Act will not allow us to adopt a technology which has not been proven itself in other countries, which is friendly to us, although today no small modular reactor is working yet anywhere. But there should be no doubt that in Canada and Poland, this technology will be in use a couple of years before we will be making our final decisions for the investments and building and issuing the licenses. So if Canada and Poland get their plants up and going, so there could be then the new governments or new government can make new decisions based on this information regarding the investment, whether we want to join in. And the Minister of Energy has said that in the future, if the time is ripe, then the government can also make a decision in the investment to the nuclear power plant. We have the public support. Over the last 4 years, we have carried out many public opinion studies. So this methodology has remained unchanged. Over the last 3 years, the support has been over 60%. So this has been stable, and this is a great deal of confidence both for Fermi and to the government. We have been working a lot in order to achieve that. There's been a lot of information disseminated, and I'm sure that this kind of transparent operations or the works can continue the same way. So as the topic of the conference today and the title of my presentation refer to the international cooperation and the work we need to do, and I haven't really discussed it yet, then this field is very international, because on a daily basis, well, maybe not daily, but every week, we have very good discussions with our international partners. Every working group has its own partners, its own contacts, and I would say that today we have more help coming towards us than we can actually receive. In Estonia here, we can't really always tell how good we are at it, but on the international arena, we have stood out compared to many other countries who are also planning to put nuclear energy into use. Knowing that people listen to us in many countries, then I would like to thank our international cooperation partners as well. So I would like to thank the International Atomic Energy Agency. I would like to thank the United States colleagues from the first program and US Spring. I would like to thank Finnish Stuk. I would like to thank Canada's regulator, Japanese consultants, French colleagues. I saw the ambassador here before. I would like to thank Poland as well, because this has been assistance which has helped us really, and it helps us to continue. So we have been pretty good at it, although in Estonia we are often not very good at admitting it, or we live in a impression that we don't notice it. And of course, Fermi is very important, as you've been keeping this all going. To conclude, so what are the priorities? First of all, the law is not a decision to establish a nuclear power plant. It's a framework. The law creates a safer, clear playing field, and it is indispensable precondition to proceed, because without the act, we do not have government control. So I hope that the members of the parliament will adopt the law. The regulator must start operations at the beginning of 2027. And I wish the government and the parliament to find ways to get the regulator working. The basis of our success has been people and cooperation. Our strength has been our ability to learn fast and good international cooperation. This cooperation has been a cornerstone for us, so we can move on effectively and we can continue building without having historic we do not have any outdated technology hindering us, so we can make informed and safe choices. So we are creating a precondition so we can make the best choices for us. So this was a brief concentration of the legislation and regulator, but a couple of weeks ago in the parliament we had also an information seminar on nuclear energy. So there we went through all the competencies. We looked at the planning permission, regulators. So this is something you can also look at from the YouTube channel of the Parliament, and then the Minister of Climate website. So you can find all this information. So please use this opportunity to check it out, and so you have more information available to you. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak here today. I would like to thank Fermi for their good work. I would like to thank my colleagues. Let's stay involved and enjoy this event. Thank you.
Ja aitäh sulle, Indrek.
I would like to thank you, Indrek, as well. And also a reminder, if you have any questions, then please raise your hand.
Aga kas on kavas pöörduda?
No, but are you going to talk to the engineers and construction workers association, so they would have new qualification programs available for people who will be building the power plants? Yes, indeed, because we have the competence development working group here. And during the last year, we had a survey to the energy field. When I looked at their education needs, then this was one of the questions. So right now, the Minister of Education is leading this working group. So we are preparing a framework and strategy how we can develop this program, so we can get specific answers as well. How you are planning to inform the population on the nuclear energy to make sure that they have the best information available to them? I would say that this process has been ongoing now for the last few years. So this question is quite generic. How have you been informing the population? Because this is a constant work. We are how exactly, which are the channels, how this information will reach people. We're working on it. So this is what we're doing all the time. So if you want to have more information, then the Ministry of Climate website has all the information available. It's public, because we want to make sure that everything is as public as possible, the processes, the outcomes. So if you want to have information, then you can very easily find it, but we are providing information actively as well. So why does the radiation department go under the consumer protection? What's the advantage? One of the advantages is that the entire nuclear and radiation would fall under the same department, so you don't have the overlap of functions. And since the environmental board falls under the Ministry of Climate, but we have to make sure that these bodies are independent. So the Climate Ministry is developing energy policy. Then in accordance to the international regulations, we cannot continue it like this. So it makes sense to use this kind of solution to provide this function under the consumer protection. Thank you very much. We have run out of time, but there's one question from the audience still.
You understand that the regulatory body will start to work starting from 2027. Do you have already a budget financing for the independent regulator for 2027 and the upcoming all this period?
We have calculations. We have very specific calculations. I showed the numbers of employees. We have the budget as well, and this is part of the report that we will give over to government. But if it's not yet so finalized that I wasn't able to show the numbers right now here. But yes, we have a very specific budget, and negotiations are waiting us ahead.
Maybe differently. Is there any decision by the government or parliament to finance this regulator, or you still need to get approval?
Yes, we need to get approval because today we even don't have the law, and the first step is the law, but the parallel way we are developing the regulator, and these negotiations are waiting ahead of us during next month.
And maybe the last question, this Nuclear Act, I understand it's also the draft will be in the summer this year, and you want to adopt it also this year. How it will be voted in Parliament on this Nuclear Energy Act?
We are quite positively, because in January we had, I'd like to say that nuclear law roadshow, and we visit in Parliament at every party, and based on this feedback, we're quite positively, and expectations are high.
Thank you very much.
Aitäh sulle.
Thank you very much.
Hiljem saab veel küsida. Ja edasi liigume me ehituspraktika juurde. Kuidas toetab
aspects? How does international experience facilitate the construction of a power plant?
And the questions will be asked from them both at the end of the second presentation. Welcome, Dagmara.
Welcome. So, good afternoon, and thank you very much for inviting me, Fermi Energia. Before I will start my presentation, I would like to share some similarities which I found during our today's discussions between Poland and Estonia. So the first one is that we have similar public approach for the nuclear power plant, because in Poland now we have the public approach on the 92%. In Estonia we have, I know, 75, would say today. But if we are talking in Poland about the building nuclear power plant close to your home, we have also similar, 72. So similarity in this percentage. The second one, similarity which I see is Estonia and Poland doesn't have any nuclear power plant. And we discussed with Fermi Energia yesterday that we need to start build not only the nuclear power plant, but we need to start also the ecosystem. This is more than only nuclear power plant, and this is really ambition plan, ambition for our partners, also for GVH. This is what we are doing in Poland also. And the third one, which I see is Poland and Estonia choosing the best one technology for SMRs, so PWRX 300. So thank you for that also for Fermi Energia. Yes, going to presentation about GE Vernova. So my name is Dagmara. I'm running the business in Poland. I'm responsible for the GE Vernova Hitachi Nuclear Energy branch office in Poland. If we're talking about GE Vernova is the biggest one energy technology company focused on accelerating electrification and decarbonization around the world. We help generate 25% of energy with our technology around the world. In numbers, 75,000 of employees. Important that 25 is in Poland, in Europe. You see also that we are running our business and we support our customers and partners. We offer to our customers and partners the solutions for hydro, for gas, for nuclear, also for steam, because we doesn't want to lose our partners which are still with coal. We support them with our service. We are also really focused on electrification and acceleration sector. We like to say that we are really the startup with the long history, more than 100 years history, but startup because in 2024 the GE Vernova was split from General Electric company, the biggest company, and we focus now only on the electricity. One slide about Poland, because it's really important for Estonia. Why? We can support with our staff, with our hub, with our suppliers. We have really significant presence in Poland. 2,000 employees, all businesses. We have 6 offices, headquartered in Warsaw, of course. And what is important, we have 2 factories. One is in north of Poland, Elbląg, where I started my job in Elbląg. We produced turbines, and in Wrocław, where we produced the generators for the power plants. Maybe interesting for you that in Wrocław was produced the generator for OPG project for the CANDU solution, which is now under operation in Tallinn. We are running the businesses in gas, steam, onshore. We support our partners now in gas projects, but we started development in nuclear. On the map, you can see also the possible site for the future nuclear power plants. You see 6 potential sites, which was announced by our partner, Olen Synthos Green Energy. About our nuclear business, headquartered in US, in Wilmington, where we have also the factory, the fuel factory and also the components factory. We are taking care about our customers from the beginning till the commissioning, so we serve not only the delivery of the technology, but also the service we support with outages or with refurbishments, and we deliver the proven and licensed fuel, which is really also important for our partners and for the project. I would like to point it out that on the picture you have also our office in Warsaw. We are not new in nuclear. Maybe SMRs are new, but if we are talking about SMRs, most of the people are thinking that this is something new. Our story is more than 18 years. We started, as you see on this picture, 1939 with our story, but the biggest milestone, the more important milestone was in 1957, when we have received the license for our first BWR. And then the second one milestone, which is also important for us, was in 1996, when we built the first nuclear power plant on time and on budget in Japan. For Poland, most important milestone was 2019, which is not on the map, but why? Because 2019, our partner, Synthos Green Energy, the private company, decided to choose the technology BWRX-300, and we started our cooperation from that time on exclusivity agreement for some regions. As Poland Synthos Green Energy was established in 2023 to deploy the fleet of reactors only in Poland. Of course, absolutely the biggest milestone and most important for the technology, 2025, when we received from the regulator the license to construct, and also our partner, Ontario Power Generation, received the final investment decision, and we started building the plant. BWRX-300, as I said, this is nothing new. This is only the simpler and smaller and smarter technology, I would like to say. Less steel, less concrete, and less work on site. So modularization is the priority for this solution because we are focused on the cost competitiveness. So to be more competitive, we reduce the cost on site also. To reduce the cost, we also, together with the partners from Canada, from US, and from Poland, we signed a contract for preparation of standard design, which brings us also to have faster the project, but also reduce the cost, because the cost could be split to many projects, not only to one. So under this contract signed between the partners, we prepare the standard design for BWRX-300. What does it mean, BWRX? Boiler water reactor, but X means 10th generation of this reactor. 300 means 300 megawatt electricity. Our reactor could support with electricity only, but also we are working on the solution for district heating. Congratulations for signing today the MOU with Study Energy, because I think it's absolutely amazing solution for small district heating, but our BWRX can deliver also the heating for the biggest one, cities, and not only like Study Energy produce only the heating. In our strategy, we are focused not only on the cost competitiveness, but also on sourcing and supply chain is a key aspect for building on time, on budget, and without risk. Having the great partners and the proven and good partners is the key for the technology and for this solution. So in April 2024, we launched a group of qualified supply chain companies to advance the global deployment of the BWRX-300. So the BWXT Canada is the first company to join this group, and for sure we will have the next one companies which would like to join this group, and we would like to focus on global sourcing. But coming back to Poland, we have also in Poland our proven supply chain. So the history with us with conventional power plants is also the supply chain, the proven partners. And we can use them for building nuclear power plants also. So on the slide, our main partners. Thank you for trusting us, and we have also Fortum, Vattenfall, our partner OSG, Synthos, and of course, Fermi Energia. We have also our important partners which we have now on site in Canada, Aecon Atkins. You will have possibility to see the presentation from Greg. I don't see Greg, but he would like to share, of course, details about the site. Having good partners, as I said, is really important for the progressing the project. Now I would like to maybe share a few words about the status of the projects. So Canada will be more explained by Greg, but we are also, as I said, with Ontario Power Generation, we started the site. Still COD is planned for 2029 and 30, the first energy from the first energy, net zero energy. We received with OPG the final investment decision, and the site was started. In US, with TVA, Tennessee Valley Authority, TVA submitted a construction permit application to build a PWRX 300. This is also the really important milestone for TVA project, and it's the first construction permit application for PWRX in US. We also have in US Duke Energy, which announced that they would like to invest and join our project to deploy the technology. And what about Europe? I will start not from Poland, because for Poland I have a special slide dedicated only for Poland, but Sweden, really important partner for us. Vattenfall announced in August 2025 that it has shortlisted 2 SMR technologies. One of them is also, of course, our PWRX 300. Now we are advanced in the dialogue with the partner, and we are waiting for the final decision. In March 2025, Fortum announced that it had selected the PWRX 300 for potential deployment in Finland and Sweden. This is also the big step and the big progress in Finland. Of course, Estonia, as I shared before, decided to choose our technology, and now we are planning to progress together, and Poland could be a really good partner to support, especially in deployment and then at execution stage, because in Poland we are building our excellence center to support licensing work or engineering work. Coming to Canada, the picture from the site, nothing more to say. The site is progressing. And the last one slide, and then I will switch to Rob Rudish, who will share more details about the region, how we are progressing in region, but about Poland. As I shared, we cooperate with our partner, Orlen Synthos Green Energy. Orlen Synthos Green Energy was established in 2023 to deploy only in Poland the fleet of SMRs. This is the private and state-owned company, because the Synthos company is a private and Orlen is 49% state-owned company, which is really important for the project, that this is not only private initiative but also including government. In 2022, I started my career with GVH, and we established the office in Warsaw, our branch in Warsaw, and we started to hire the people. Now we have really impressive team, close to 50 people, including around 14 engineers. We also started to prepare separate, this is the name, Engineering Innovation Center, where we have only engineers, 200 engineers, but we started to create the Excellence Center only dedicated to BWRX-300 to support this technology around the world. So they're engaged into other projects, not only in Polish project, but also they support Canadian or US project in this area. Still, our plan is ambition. We would like to deliver with our customer 24 units. The first site was announced last year. This will be Włocławek. You can see on the screen. The Włocławek site could be till 6 units. So the plan was to have 2 till 4 units, but now, last days, the investor announced that they would like to build maybe 6 units, so they would like to ask our government for new decision in principle because they need to have the new decision in principle. We received from our government the decisions in principle for all these sites. We also apply for the dialogue with PAA about the PISA preparation. From PAA, we have obtained the general opinion, which is some kind of green light for our project in Poland from regulator to deploy this project. Now I will switch to Rob, and then after the presentation, we can answer the questions. Yeah? Thank you.
Okay, hi. I want to just start off by saying thank you, Khalif. Not only thank you for inviting us, but thank you for organizing this event. I think this is, what, 7th year? And just a fantastic success. You put me on the spot last night, so I'll put you on the spot now. But you know, one of the things that I love so much about this event is looking out and seeing all the young faces in this room. So often we talk to a certain demographic at these events, but to see a lot more diversity in this room is really a great accomplishment. And it's really important because we're talking about reactors that are going to be in commercial operation in the next decade and that will last into the next century, hopefully. So what we're really talking about is energy security, climate security, economic prosperity, not for you and me as much, but for some of the young faces in the room. So I really commend you on diversifying the participation. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about SGE. We have a number of companies working together. We're very much a sibling project, if I can, to Fermi, building the same technology in the same region. But so we have GE Vernova Hitachi Nuclear Energy. I'm practicing saying that still. And they're, of course, the technology vendor and really the key vendor at the project. And then we have 2 companies in Poland, SGE and OSGE, and it gets a little confusing, so I'll explain it a little bit. We're SGE, and what we are is a regional developer platform for BWRX 300. And then our model is to help stand up local companies in different countries that will deliver the actual reactor projects in their respective countries. And so that is OSGE. It's our joint venture between SGE and Orlen in Poland to build reactors in Poland. And we're also looking beyond Poland a little bit, and I'll talk about that a little more in a minute. What does that mean that we do as a regional developer? And what we do is we really help bring fleet efficiency to deliver projects across Europe. So as a technology vendor, GE plays a central and essential role in the project, but they don't bring the whole project. It's not turnkey. It's not the way American technologies work. So there's a lot of the project that needs to come into play beyond that. And that's where we partner with them and step in to deliver those other portions of the project. And so some of that is site selection and siting process, actually filing and implementing the regulatory and licensing process for the sites, managing the development and the construction phase and selection of the operator. We're also working on the financial side. We're an investor in our projects directly, and we're also helping to structure financing beyond our own investment, both on the government side and the private sector side. We're working with GE and others on supply chain, on workforce development, on procurement, and all those things that really make an individual reactor project feel like part of a fleet, function like part of a fleet, and economically perform like part of a fleet, even if they're a little bit smaller. So we're doing that, like I said, already in Poland with OSGE, with our joint venture there, is going incredibly well. So we're now expanding our development platform throughout the region. We're a little different than some other developers that are out there, because I think we bring a little bit more robust platform to the table. Specifically in two areas, we are not technology agnostic. We are building GE Vernova Hitachi nuclear energy, BWRX 300. That's where we're focusing, because we thought it was the most commercially advanced technology, and GE was the most robust partner to work with. So we have selected that technology, and we're selecting one technology only because we want to get really good and efficient at building one technology. We're also invested in that technology. So along with our fantastic partners from OPG that are from Origin somewhere in the room, there, and our American partners from TVA, and of course, GE Hitachi, we've come together to finish the standard design. So we've invested directly into rights to that design. So we bring a technology with us, so to speak. The other thing that we bring with us is a little bit different financial position than most developers. So, you know, Dagmara mentioned a minute ago they're a startup with a 100-year history, and it's very true. We're a startup with a multi-billion-dollar owner. So while SGE itself is a relatively small startup, we're part of a $14 billion ownership group that brings a robust set of companies, a robust set of experience to the table to help us invest not only in our projects in Poland, not only in the development of the BWRX 300, but in projects really across Europe. So our first projects in Poland, we're in a very fortunate position that between Synthos, one of our parent companies, and Orlen, our partner, is that they're really not only the developers, but they're also the off-takers and the owners. And so that's a really essential part of our model. Also, we bring a team with us, of course. So we have been building a good set of expertise in Poland. We're going to continue to do that. And then what we do is we help our partner countries also build that expertise while still being able to kind of draw on the home office in Warsaw, so to speak. So we have nuclear expertise, we have people from across the energy sector. We have a company called ATEC, which is within our ownership group. It's kind of our in-house energy engineering firm that we use for a lot of our internal work. We have some regulatory expertise, project management, offtake, et cetera, that we can kind of leverage across our platform. Where are we doing this? Most of Central and Eastern Europe is our primary focus. We're GE's kind of exclusive strategic partner, if you will, for a bulk of the region, and then also looking a little bit outside the dark blue region as well. You see UK and Germany, but we also have rights to kind of use our access to the technology worldwide. So we're keeping an open and broad perspective, I would say, to projects around the world. We've had a tremendous amount of success in Poland, like I said, but not only in Poland. In the UK, things are moving forward. Along with GE, we sponsored GDA Step 2, the regulatory licensing process for the UK, and we're the first SMR to have completed the two-step process there. making BWRX 300 much more ready to build in the UK. Turning to Poland, we continue to hit milestones. I think a number of you have heard about our projects in the past, so I'll focus on some of the newer updates. Most recently, the national grid operator, PSE, released their new strategy, which has a defined requirement for a minimum of 4 BWRX 300s in Poland by 2036. That is important because it also links us to access to grid connection. We were talking about this with some of our Dutch colleagues earlier, because that power is now essential for Poland to be able to maintain adequate capacity. We are starting site-level development work at our first site in Włocławek. That's very exciting. So getting ready to actually move our first site into reality out of the planning phase. We're also finalizing our contract for difference application, which will be for 12 reactors in Poland to support the offtake for that project. We are, as Dagmara mentioned, we have decision in principle, which is initial government approval for 24 units in Poland already. We will be expanding that hopefully very soon to 26 units. And then finally, it was recently announced from the regulator in Poland that the regulatory regime has been assessed to be complete and suitable, meaning that with the recent changes, no new regulatory changes are needed to bring an SMR all the way into commercial operation. They may still do some small enhancements, but the current regime is sufficient for full regulatory approval. So moving beyond Poland, we've started new partnerships in the last 9 months or so with Bluebird in Bulgaria. We're in the process of forming a joint venture there. And then similarly with Hunatom in Hungary, which is the state-owned nuclear constructor in Hungary, who has requested 10 units of BWRX 300. Finally, looking at Slovakia, we recently signed an MOU with the national operator there. And the State Department jointly published a study with them 2 weeks ago with a roadmap to SMR deployment in Slovakia by 2035. Finally, I just want to highlight our cooperation with the US State Department's FIRST program that has launched the Regional Spring Initiative, which is a really long acronym. But basically, it's a facilitated approach to coordinate BWRX 300 deployments in Central and Eastern Europe with support and resources from the US government. Of course, Fermi is also a strong participant. It's good to have a good sibling partner in that project together, and we're both very excited about that initiative. Looking a little more at Poland, similar map that you saw just a moment ago, but these are the 6 locations where the government has already granted decision in principle. We don't intend to move forward equally on all 6 sites. We have 3 sites, 2 in the south, Staromanowska, and one other one, Krakow, that we're moving forward with in kind of our initial phase, along with Włocławek, which right now is on track to be our first site. This is this one in kind of the middle of Poland, where we're starting site-level development work already. Just a little look at the regulatory process. We've surpassed a couple of milestones already in the last 2 years, with the next major regulatory milestone for those 3 sites, all of them, will be the environmental decision. And then here's a look at our timeline for these 3 most advanced sites, where we're kind of planning to move forward with a waterfall strategy, if you will. So again, capitalizing on this experience, taking it and bringing it out to the rest of Central and Eastern Europe so that all the projects in the region can kind of benefit from the same fleet level efficiency is our primary goal here. And with that, I think we'll ask Dagmara to come back up for some questions, or do we have a few minutes?
Yes, thank you. Applause.
see if I can get a more GE picture. Okay.
Yeah, and Dagmar will please join also for a quick few questions.
Proszę.
So also raise your hands in the room if you have any questions. A microphone will come to you. So, question from Slido. Is the program FIRST still going on despite current geopolitical context and the announcement of reducing American involvement in European Union?
So short answer, yes. I would like to push back on this concept of reducing American involvement. I think it's evolving. So there are certainly some areas where some changes have been noticed. We're not going to pretend that there aren't. But energy security is one area where we see consistent growth in U.S. involvement supporting European allies. And I say this as somebody who worked for the U.S. government for a long time on energy security, so I'm very passionate about it, but I don't want to let that go. Do you want to?
Okay, good. Thank you. We are confident that things go forward with nuclear support. Dagmar, how do you see GE Vernova-Hitachi Nuclear Energy Poland to support the regional fleet deployment of PVRX 300 reactors? What are your plans?
So absolutely, my dream will be to build hub in Warsaw, in Poland, to support our main customers around Poland and Warsaw. So as I said, we started building our engineering innovation center. Now we have 50 experts dedicated only to BWRX technology. We also have a really impressive team dedicated for licensing process, which is really, really important, especially at the beginning. And the experts are really important, and we will all have the same problem in the same moment. We will have a look into the experienced staff, and this will be the big area to manage by not only by us, not only by GV8, but also by Westinghouse and other technologies. So if we will have our excellence center in Warsaw, we can support all our customers.
Very good. Yeah, I see also that there's a...
Not so far, I would say, 1.5 hour flights, and without the changing time zone, it's really 1 hour.
Nuclear is a good field because everybody likes to do cooperation, and there is a big win if you actually cooperate. You tackle the same problems, you share the resources, you reduce the cost.
We're very central in Warsaw. We're not far from Tallinn, and at the same time, we're not far from Sofia either. So.
Thank you. There is a question.
Thank you for a nice presentation. My name is Paula Keto, and I come from Finland, VTT. I would like to ask, what is the status of the waste management and the regulations in Poland concerning nuclear waste?
So under Polish regulation, of course, technology provider is responsible for waste, and this is under PISA documentation, so we are obliged to prepare this plan and to share with our regulator. This will be in the next step. So now we are under the preparation of the PISA revision A, and this will be in the revision B. But also it's important that our government, Polish government, is looking for the new, I would say, waste storage.
Long-term permanent disposition.
Long-term waste storage, and soon should be announced the tender for that. So this will be also supportive for our program.
And we do have, an existing waste storage site in Poland, which is suitable for our current needs. But as we look at between BWRX 300 and also an AP1000 program, Poland is looking somewhere in the range of 15 to 19 gigawatts of new nuclear energy in the next 2 decades. And that's where some expanded capacity is certainly going to be needed at some point.
Thank you. Another question from Slido. How Polish industry will be involved into Polish SMRs? here is meant the amount of localization. Do you require, or is there some plans? I don't know who wants to answer.
So one thing is a private project. We don't have a specific requirement for localization. We are very excited to take advantage of Polish industry and everything that it provides. But as a regional fleet developer, we're looking for maximum efficiency in the region. And what that means in practice is that in several countries that are working together, the individual share of local content in a specific reactor may be smaller. But the opportunity for those same companies to provide support not only to their national reactor, but to the fleet that is going from Tallinn probably all the way down to Sofia is fantastic. So it creates more specialization at the individual level, which creates a lower cost project, but also more economic opportunity for all those countries and all those suppliers.
And last question, will the spring program apply to GE Vernova Hitachi and or SGE? I think it's...
Yes, I guess.
Yes, simply saying yes. So the program is under our sponsoring support, or I would say is dedicated only to our technology, but all from the market can change.
Yeah.
And
the requirement is for BWRX 300 in 13 different countries, almost all in Central and Eastern Europe. So it includes specifically GE's technology, but is open to any company, including Fermi, including SGE, OSGE, etc., that is working on this technology within the region.
Thank you very much. Applause.
Thank you.
Nii, mul on tunne, et siin tegelikult on janutab kohvi järele ja koogi järele, et me tõstame...
People want coffee and cake, so let's have a coffee break right now. Let's do a 20 minutes quick break and let's come back then 20 minutes from now.
20-minute coffee break. And there is a cake. Yeah. nii. Palun tulge tagasi istuma.
Please be seated again.
Nüüd jätkame konkreetse ehituskogemusega.
With the
Järgmine
specific
ettekanne
experiences on
viib meid
construction.
Kanadasse,
So the
kus
next
valmib
presentation takes us to Canada,
VRX-300
where we had the first BWRX 300. And first, the owner, the OPG, Ontario Power Generation, will give us an overview of how the project is going and how they experience supports the use of the same technology here in Europe. Then we have the Icon. We will hear more about the construction process.
Josh Diening from OPG, and then after later Greg Tede from Icon. Please.
So thank you very much, and I just want to thank Kalev and the Fermi Group for inviting me here. This is my first time in Estonia, and hopefully first of many trips to come here to talk about nuclear collaboration. So a little bit about myself. I've been in the nuclear industry for my whole career, about 20 years, all of that with Ontario Power Generation. I spent about 15 years of that in mega projects, and I'll talk a little bit more of that once I get to that in the presentation. And the last 5 years, I've been lucky to work in our nuclear growth organization and look at different organizations and places where we can support and collaborate on new growth. So if we look on the left here, we got a new picture here. I know everyone has seen the fancy GE renderings, but I always make a joke when I take people on tours of the Darlington site. And so you go on a bus, and there's a bunch of buildings, and our whole entire facilities are kind of square gray buildings. And so the new SMR, DNMP, is now going to be also another square gray building. So yeah, this is what it's actually going to look like, and yeah, we'll get going. So a little bit about OPG. We are a provincially owned regulator. We've got about 18,000 megawatts worth of capacity. It's a diverse mix, so we have a fair amount of hydroelectric, we've got thermal, we've got gas, we've got a solar plant, and then, of course, our flagship nuclear plants. And so we've got two plants. We've got our existing CANDUs at Darlington, as well as our plant in Pickering. The one thing that OPG has that we're really lucky is we've been a nuclear operator for many, many decades. And so we've spent the time to build out the supporting infrastructure, to build out the supply chain, support potential vendors. And as we looked at the future demand growth of energy, in Ontario, in Canada, like many other countries around the world, that demand is increasing, and it's increasing rapidly. And so as an entity, OPG looked at what are our options? And new nuclear was one of our major options. And based on the experience that we have, the industry that we've built, we were a good fit to go first. And the OPG team, for a long time, a lot of entities, a lot of countries, or a lot of utilities don't want to be first. But the OPG leadership back in 2018, 2019 said, well, if no one else is going to do it, why not us? So we took the risk, and we went first. So I'm going to start with a quick update on the Darlington New Nuclear Project. And so some of this info you heard in some earlier presentations, but we picked the BWRX. We had a licensed site that we licensed in 2008, and it was licensed based on technology agnostic. And so we decided not to build back in 2008 for a bunch of reasons, but the one thing that we did is we kept that licensed site active. And so when we chose the BWRX in 2018, 2019, we already had our license prepare site, we already had our site picked, so we could get right to the next steps. And so in Canada, the next step is a license to construct. We submitted that in 2022. We started site prep. We got our license to construct in 2024 in April. We got our FID in May from our government. And yeah, now we are well on our way in construction. So I'll show you a couple of pictures, and I think Greg's going to go into a little bit more detail after me. So the next steps in our licensing process is our license to operate. And so we are issuing that in the coming months. That's about a 2-year time frame, and then we'll get our license to operate in 2028 before fuel load, finish construction, get the commissioning done, and have our first BWRX in commercial operation by 2030. So here's a picture of the site. And so we take these pictures every week, so you'll kind of see different evolutions between the 3 presentations today. But if we look on the top left, there's the 4-bay shaft. So we've done all the pilings, we've done excavations on our 3 major holes. So the 4-bay shaft, the reactor building shaft, and the launch shaft. You can see lots of cranes, lots of activity. There's hundreds of workers coming on and off site every day. The launch shaft at the bottom of the picture here, that's where our tunnel boring machine will go in. So the machine has already been ordered, it's on site, and it'll be lowered into the hole in the spring. So that's for our deep water intake. It's a 1.8 kilometer loop that it'll do under Lake Ontario, which is our cooling water source. The reactor building shaft in the middle there, so it's been excavated. If you look on the right, pre-assembly structure, so the modules, the pieces of the plant that we need to assemble on site, they're done inside that tent. The tent opens up, we crane it into the actual facility. And if we look up at the top, we've got other admin buildings, other storage buildings, and then on the far right, or my right here, you'll see a bit of a field, and that's where units 2, 3, and 4 are gonna go next. So the one thing that I love about the nuclear industry, and you've heard it a few times today, is the collaborative nature. And so, if we have an issue or if we have a problem in the nuclear industry, it affects us all, whether we're in North America or we're in Europe. And so what I want to do is talk a little bit about what we've learned by going first with the BWRX, and how do we build out BWRXs across Europe, across North America, at scale. So I'll talk a little bit about lessons learned. I'll talk about why focus on project execution is so critical. And then I wanted to end off with a little bit about a fleet approach. So back in 2008, when I first started OPG, we look at the project organization, and we executed a couple $100 million worth of projects, capital investments a year. So back then, we were looking at the future. We noticed our nuclear plants were aging and needed significant amount of work. Our hydroelectric plants were also aging and needed a significant amount of work. So we need to figure out, how do we execute these large capital projects on time and on schedule? So back in 2008, 2009, we started to build out that project execution function. And that started by going to universities to make sure we have the right skill sets of the employees that we're going to hire. It was building internal project controls and structures and governance. And that organization has grown as OPG's projects organization grown. When we look at now we execute multiple billions of dollars of work every single year. And because we spent that time and we spent that decade building that capacity and that capability, we're actually getting pretty good at executing these projects. And so we have this concept, walk before you run. So back in 2010, we knew we had to refurb our flagship site. We planned for 6 years. We spent billions of dollars before we even started the project, making sure that we were ready. We built mock-ups so we could practice the very difficult, skilled work that you need to do on the reactor in a plastic suit. We built up the supply chains. We ensured that we had everything in place before we started. So back in 2016, we shut down the first unit. We executed the first one on budget, on time. And you fast forward 10 years, and recently announced last week, we are now through the Darlington refurbishment mega project, $12.8 billion, and we're actually under budget and ahead of schedule. Back when we were planning that in 2010, that was an unheard of. The industry of nuclear mega projects did not have a track record of executing projects on budget or on schedule. So we were able to do that, and we did that through all of that capability and capacity building. What that's done is that's unlocked our ability to go after bigger, bolder things. So by successfully refurbing our Darlington plant, we now have a Pickering plant that was slated to be shut down this year. We got approval last year that we're actually going to shut down refurbish that plant and extend that life by another 30 years. It gives us the ability to do new build. Like I'd mentioned early, not a lot of utilities want to go first when it comes to first-of-a-kind nuclear risk. We're taking that because we've got the experience, we've got the capacity. Walk before you run. So why SMRs? OPG hasn't done greenfield construction since the 70s and 80s. That's when our existing plants were built. So we thought, why not start small on greenfield? Let's figure it out on a single-digit billion project instead of a large scale when you're in the tens of billions of dollars. When we successfully build DNMP, that unlocks the next phase of our build out, and that'll be large nuclear projects to support, or large nuclear plants to support our grid growth. And from that, then we look into Gen 4s, we look into other BWRXs, and really there's a lot of opportunities for us to continue to grow. One of the key things that we did in Darlington refurbishment and we're doing in our new nuclear program is lessons learned. We were very strategic and we were very specific on how we did this. We pulled out an independent organization. Their sole focus was to extract lessons learned from the execution organizations. We would categorize them, we would rank them, we would look at their impact, we would figure out where they would impact future projects, both within Nuke and across our organization. And then we ensured that the execution teams, the next execution teams, understood the impact of these lessons learned and used them. So when we look at our refurbishment project from Unit 1 to Unit 2 was $1 billion cheaper and significantly faster. And we saw that after every single unit. And like I said, we completed that $12.8 billion project on budget, or under budget and ahead of schedule. So project execution. And so this was a lesson learned from our refurbishment project, and I'm going to talk a little bit about that first. Our first commercial strategy for our Darlington refurbishment project was engineer, procure, construct. So we had some qualified vendors. We actually had a ceremony, in front of a big group like this, where we handed the keys to the reactor from OPG over to our vendors. And we thought, hands off, we'll come back in 3 years, everything will be great, we'll start the reactor up and start generating electricity. And we were wrong. That was not the right model. We quickly learned that in the nuclear industry, things are different. The operator needs to be heavily involved. And we pivoted the culture of the project to what we called was a one team. And what that means is that each individual company that's part of a consortium, we don't care what color hard hat you have, you are doing what is best for the project. And so fast forward to DNMP, we talk about, we have our execution team here on the bottom left. We instead of going EPC, we did something called an IPD, Integrated Project Delivery Model. And then that encompasses this one team culture right into the contract. So like I said, when we rebranded this team, we call it SMRX, and this was before the whole Elon Musk thing, so yeah, we call it SMRX. And in the SMRX team, they don't have Atkins emails, they don't have ACON emails, they don't have GVH emails, they have SMRX team emails. And like I said, doesn't matter what color your hard hat is, doesn't matter who's paying the bills or your salary, you do what is right for the project. The incentive, disincentive, and risk pool, it's joint between all members of this. And so it's a really good way to drive the right culture and the right behaviors within the project. When you look at our schedule too, we're staggered. I'll go back to refurbishment. We completed our very first unit before we even thought of starting the second. That gave us time to understand the lessons learned, adjust the team, rebuild the team in the right way to ensure that we're successful. So for DNMP, you'll see, we're going to get substantially complete on that first unit before we start the second. And at that point, we can get into that year-over-year overlap on execution. And so it allows us to really take that knowledge that we learned on that first unit and ensure that we don't make the same mistakes. And then lastly, just a little bit about a fleet approach. SMRs, small modular reactors, the real advantage of these is if we can build out a fleet across North America and Europe, and we operate this as a fleet and we collaborate as a fleet, we can actually, our analysis shows that we can actually drastically lower the OM&A cost of each individual plant. And so that saves all of our companies, our partners money, as well as the ratepayers or the actual citizens paying for the power. And how do we do that? Centralized engineering, centralized procurement. I love the example of when you're buying a valve for 3 units. A vendor's not necessarily going to use automation or invest in CapEx to build out a manufacturing facility when you get 1 or 2 units worth of orders. If we have a fleet and we're talking 24 or 12, 6, 8, 10, we pull that all together, then we can start driving the prices down for the components to build out these plants. Training, supply chain, warehouses, working together to ensure that we can lower the overall costs. So just in closing, so part of my job is around international business development, looking at how we can support organizations outside of Ontario. So we work in Western Canada, in Saskatchewan, and then in Europe, we're working very closely with our friends at OSGE. Orange Hills Energy, Aldrich was here earlier. We spend a lot of time we're collaborating with him, and we're really excited to be working here with Fermi. I think there's a lot we can do to help. And the lessons that we learned on DNMP, if we don't find a way to share them and ensure that other organizations aren't making the same mistakes we did by going first, we're leaving money on the table. So thank you very much, and I'll turn it over to Greg.
I think Jos took a lot of my slides, but it's fine. It's fine. We're partners, so it's actually a pleasure to follow OPG as a partner and some of the work that we do. So a lot of what Jos just talked about is Aecon is a nuclear constructor. But maybe I'll just do a little bit of a level set and just thank Kalev and the Fermi team for inviting me back to talk a little bit about some of the work that we're doing in Canada. And I'll touch a little bit I'll go a little bit more in detail in terms of what we're doing, the status of the project, because everybody's watching and everybody's interested about the first of a kind. So my name is Greg Tatey. I have the responsibility of nuclear strategy, business development, and services for our nuclear group. In that function, I've also got procurement and supply chain, engineering, as well as a fairly busy estimating team that's trying to figure out different technologies, how much does it cost, how much maturity do we have in the design, and how do we put some numbers and some confidence around some of these decisions that others have talked about, like Robert and Dagmara and Jos, about how much is it going to cost to build in different regions. It's an honor to join again here in Estonia. It's probably my 7th time here and speak again at the conference. During a time when energy security and decarbonization continues to reshape national priorities across Europe. Fermi Energia's leadership in exploring and advancing nuclear power reflects a clear understanding of what a future Estonia demands. Reliable, low-cost infrastructure at a competitive cost, built on strong governance, regulation, law, with a long-term vision. Aecon's experience in delivering major nuclear projects in Canada and the United States has shown success, and that requires more than just technical capability. It depends on disciplined execution, collaboration, transparent partnerships, which Jos just talked a little bit about, which I'll go into more detail, and an unwavering commitment to safety in terms of the plant, the people, the communities, and how do we manage the full life cycle of nuclear power. These strengths are what our team brings to every project, and they align closely with Estonia's ambitions for a resilient, independent electricity system. By advancing next-generation nuclear infrastructure, Estonia is positioning itself for economic competitiveness and strategic ability. Aecon stands ready to support that journey, share improving expertise, building local capabilities and capacity, and working collaboratively to turn this national opportunity into a sustainable, world-class asset. In terms of the theme of the conference, Building Beyond Borders, being Canadian and being here today, it's an honor to talk a little bit about the art of possibility. So in terms of Aecon, just a little bit of an understanding of who we are. We've got over 150 years in terms of what we do. We're known as a Canadian North American infrastructure company. We've got away from doing the simple stuff. We typically take on very challenging projects. And in the nuclear space specifically, even the early days of the last 5 decades, we've done the more easy work in terms of supporting operations and maintenance. Now we are getting into these large, more complex, and as a partner, one of many partners to OPG in these large tasks is as an extension of their business, we work collaboratively with them to put together solutions on being able to take not only doing a project once, but we take a look at this, for example, with a fleet approach, both to refurbishments and life extensions. And we talked about just the success of the Darlington project being handed back ahead of schedule and under cost on a 4-unit refurbishment. What's also going on in the province is also a 6-unit refurbishment about 4 hours from the OPG Darlington site. It's a company called Bruce Power. I worked there for a number of years. And that refurbishment is going on, and there's lots of collaboration between the utilities, but there's also a lot of collaboration between the supply chain partners in terms of making sure that we're able to support and commit to the complex execution. In terms of our nuclear group, though, we're roughly about 5 billion Canadian in terms of annual turnover, which is growing. We've got a very strong backlog of about 10.5 billion. But today we stand, nuclear is our largest sector. When I joined Aecon 6 years ago, we were about 16%. We're currently at 28% as of the end of last year. This is predominantly a reflection of where we're located in North America. We've been acquiring companies over the last 5 to 7 years in targeted markets and in targeted segments. We now have our nuclear head office in US in Charlotte, but in red here is one of our most recent entities that we've just stood up. We've just signed the agreements to have a Polish entity to support the work that we're doing for OSGE and just collaborating and understanding how do we support and bring, as Jos said, knowledge from Canada from a construction viewpoint to understand how do we bring value to that project, whether it's just early days or whether it's actually in pre-planning and execution of not only the first, but a fleet. And that's a very similar model that we've been talking to Henry and the team about for Estonia and maybe more regionally the Baltics. Okay, so Jos has already killed this one. This is the image that everybody shows, and I think even Dagmara had. What's funny is you see these come up all the time, but this is actually a Canadian post vehicle. And you'll see it, in different regions, and you can always tell if it's the Canadian version or if it's the Polish version or Estonian. But this particular one, we kind of pick up the little themes. So we in nuclear kind of categorize 6 different markets. We do refurbishment programs, large complex life extension programs. We do operations and maintenance, which is kind of at the base level in terms of supporting nuclear facilities. We have a growing federal program work in the US. There's a lot of money with regards to nuclear. There's a lot of rehabilitation of the federal sites. And then I think what's most interesting and topical is our experience in both large and small modular reactors new build, as well as very complementary nuclear fabrication under our QA program, which I'll talk more about today. Some projects of reference, which I think are topical. So between the Bruce Power and Darlington project, which Jos talked about, between those 2 projects, the province has invested $26 billion into the 10 units. That program's gone so well with OPG taking the lead and the supply chain partnerships to respond to that and deliver, is that confidence is there, and now they've extended that 10 unit to 14 unit with the additional 4 units at Pickering. We have experience at Vogtle for the AP1000s. We've supplied mechanical modules, nuclear modules from our Canadian facilities, both to VC Summer and to Vogtle. As well as at the peak, we had about 300 specialized welders that were on site trying to do the containment fabrications, which we learned a lot. And we talk a lot about lessons learned and trying to figure out what not to replicate and do that again. We'll talk about the Darlington BWRX 300, of course, in more detail. And then more recently, we were selected with partners for the XE100 in Washington for the advanced Generation 4 small modular reactor, which is hopefully going to be a 12-unit site, but we'll start with 4. We talked about the integrated project delivery model. Really, we've got the 4 entities, and I just recognize that Hitachi is wrong, so apologies. It should say GE Vernova Hitachi. But we have generally 4 roles within the actual project team. I'll play a short video and then continue on.
I got into trades because I wanted to make a difference.
It's exciting to think that you're going to be part of history.
We're going to be powering 1.2 million homes.
OPG is proud to lead the way in deploying the G7's first grid-scale small modular reactor in Darlington, where the future of clean energy is being built by Ontarians. This is more than a project. It's a global first, with the potential to power 1.2 million homes with clean energy by the mid-2030s, and proving that the power to change the world is in our hands.
The people around you want you to succeed. They want to see you do well.
We look out for each other, and you have to. It's the only way that you keep each other safe.
This project reflects who we are at OPG: innovative, skilled, diverse, and proud to help create a cleaner tomorrow, right here at home.
I am building retaining walls for a nuclear power plant that's going to help change the future of Canada and power itself.
You're seeing something that's new, and where it's going to lead and what it's going to evolve into, it's going to be for generations to come.
It's really cool being on quite literally the largest project in the continent right now. I hope that this project brings cleaner energy, helping the planet, reducing costs for my community and my children's future.
Together, we're building more than a reactor. We're building careers, communities, and a healthy future for all Ontarians by shaping the future of clean energy in Ontario and beyond.
Okay, and you've seen this. This is the real-life version of what the BWRX 300 is going to look like, at least at the Darlington site. That might change a little bit, but we're excited to be one of the leading partners in supporting OPG's role and building the first BWRX 300. This particular image is an image that I used in one of the previous conferences here. And so this was originally, we talked about the site, we talked about all the work that was coming up, and we're all excited, and we had a couple cranes there, and we started to do, some earth prep, which was mainly done by OPG and a number of other partners. But you've already seen the image of what it looks like today. And so I think in Jas's photo, there wasn't as much snow. I think there's more snow at the site today. And it's not so much different than the weather outside. We typically deal with cold weather and lots of snow, and we've got to figure out, how do we continue work, especially a lot of it's civil and site preparation. But I'm not going to go through this in detail because Jas has already gone through that. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you a bit of a snapshot in terms of what's going on inside that white tent and inside the actual shaft, because that's kind of the center of the project and the actual reactor building. Jas did mention it wasn't actually on his photo, but up on the top right-hand corner, number 5. That's basically the laydown area for the tunnel boring machine. You'll see almost kind of a soccer field full of, I think there's a laser here. I'm not sure if that works, not very well, right there. Those are all liners that will actually line the tunnel for the cooling water after the TBM runs through to actually reinforce the tunnel. And I'll point out, I guess, the storage facilities or the warehouses at the top, the 2 white buildings. But to the right of it is actually a staging area for the sub-assembled nuclear fabrications that are coming from off-site to on-site and then into the modules, which is relevant for the conversation. This is the conceptual view of the 4-unit layout, obviously the first one being here, and then unit 2, 3, and 4. And this is a very simplified slide of the actual reactor building. And the reason that I show this is just to give you a general concept of what we call the nuclear island. But the design basis for the BWRX 300 is a steel concrete composite. Some of you know this. It's a very complex structure, but it's also a safety structure in terms of housing the reactor pressure vessel or the reactor itself. And so you can tell, generally you have a primary containment, and then you have a kind of a secondary containment, but there's a lot of steel fabrications that are going on, and I shared some of that update last time I was here. So to give some folks a bit of an understanding of the size and scale of this, is about 36, 37 meters in diameter. It's to scale with regards to a human that's about 6 feet tall. And you can see in that 3D printed scheme that's on a number of our conference tables, the complexity of the different modules that need to be fit together. So they need to be welded, they need to be pre-assembled, they need to be shipped to site, they need to be welded into larger modules. And there you have the M in SMR, at least as its initial phase. So when we think about generally, we've got 3 macro processes. You've got a fabrication facility, you've got an on-site modularization capacity for the really big modules that you have to lift, and then you actually have the in-pit construction and fitting those modules together. Very basic, very simple, but also very complex, and we're learning a lot about the design as it evolves, but also how do we actually plan ourselves for both fabrication, advanced manufacturing and production, as well as the in-pit construction. So this is a couple shots of our fabrication shop taken probably a few weeks ago. These are some of the base mat. We call them the base. It's the bottom of the reactor, the base mat of the reactor building. It's about 4 feet in height, but this is just one of many of the sections that are shown on the black disc. We've got custom jigs and fixtures, which are very, very well designed. And they're also meant to make sure that when there's a lot of welding that's going on to these sub-assemblies, we're taking into consideration the weld sequence, what welds, making sure that we've got control of heat distortion, and making sure that the components, when they come out of those fixtures, they have dimensional control and quality. Because when we ship these to site, we need to make sure that quality is assured so that when we fit them up, We don't have deviations or gaps that we need to disposition because it's a nuclear reactor. It has to be done very accurately, and we want to make sure that we don't have any issues in the field, which would then draw to schedule delays or quality delays or cost increases. So today, the current status, if we take a look at that puck, basically that full puck has been fabricated through a couple different facilities, and that's being shipped to site, and most of it's at site, and it's being assembled into a larger module. The next level up is there's about 8 levels to the reactor building, so we're gonna get into a different configuration where we get into walls and floors. And this configuration is actually really important because what we can do now is, because they're highly repeatable, if you think about all the different sections around the walls and the floors, it actually lends itself to make an investment into what Jos was saying about investing in advanced manufacturing and robotics. And so when we think about that and doing that fairly well, we have a large strain on skilled trades, nuclear class welders. When we can justify automation, not only are we doing it for 1 unit, we can do it for the 4 units at the Bruce site, or at the OPG site. And there, effectively, by pushing up the quality, we can push down the cost and try to maintain the schedules as best as possible. This is a learning process, it's first of a kind, but we're really excited to deploy some of these technologies. What I won't get into is like the actual details of some of the new jigs and fixtures in the robots. This you've seen before. We've got this probably from a year ago. This was actually a pre-qualification of what are called Nelson studs. There's about 1 million Nelson studs in the actual body of the reactor building. And historically, the industry would do that manually through welders. And so what we've done is said, let's not do that. It's highly repetitive. We have automation and technology that can do that under our nuclear QA program. So let's make that investment with OPG's approval to automate this, where what we can do is we can reduce the burden on people and then come out with a much highly repetitive process that is controlled for quality. And these studs, just to give you an idea, they actually hold the concrete when it's poured into the sub-assemblies. This is a view inside of the white building that we talked about. So this is the base mat. It's nearing completion. It's still probably got about another couple months to finalize. But you can see the vast majority, probably about 80% of the base mat is complete. There's welding that's going on underneath and above. And you can see here there's a number of sections around the outside that will get lifted, fitted up, and those will get welded to complete the full base mat, which will then be ready for the roof to be retracted. The heavy lift crane will be in place, and that heavy lift crane will then place the base mat into the shaft, which you'll see a photo of in a few seconds. It's a bit of a production process, first of a kind. We're working through this, but quite a lot of excitement by the team that's building this. This is not a photo of looking outside the window at the moment, but this is actually 2 weeks ago. I was at site, we went through the facility, and in the back of the facility, as you can imagine, the proximity is the shaft right beside the fabrication hall. And so this doesn't really give you a really good understanding of how deep this is, but it's currently at about 95 feet. We're taking it down to 110. So we're roughly about 85% complete. And then, of course, by the sequence of bringing that shaft down, the first lift of the module will be ready to go, roughly the 1st of April. And that lift is a fairly heavy one. It's about 950 tons. So in terms of AECON, who we are, generally, in terms of new nuclear development, we've got a simplified view of how can we help. And it's really on the collaboration and support of OPG and the experience that we have in terms of looking at new nuclear. But simplified, you've got any nuclear project, you're gonna have to go through some early phase work to understand from a construction standpoint, how much is it gonna cost? What does that supply chain look like? What's the construction risk? How much modularization could be implemented? What does the supply chain look like? In that supply chain, how much is local content or geographic content? We can take a look at supporting that from a general construction perspective. Naturally, as you move to the right in terms of a validation phase, which will support final investment decisions, project decision gates, you'd mature those initial estimates and schedules, and you kind of move that to be more refined once you learn more and the design is maybe further developed. And then you get into obviously the execution, which is what we do very well as a constructor. We're working across a number of different technologies. Our long history is with CANDU reactors, which we talked a lot about in terms of our domestic reactors in Canada. Of course, we have experience through our projects with the AP1000s, and we're working to understand the interest for the AP1000s both in North America and internationally. We're obviously working very closely as a partner through OPG, but GE Vernova through Dagmara's team. And then, of course, we're working with X Energy. And then there's a number of other new reactor technology companies that are interested in our expertise to help them understand, how much is it going to cost to build their reactors and what are some of the things that we could provide. Partnerships has been brought up a number of times, and I can't express enough the value of having a partner and a leader like OPG. OPG for us as Aecon in terms of who we've become as a partner, as an extension of their business, is these projects are not simple. You can see photos, they maybe look to be fairly straightforward. They're not. They are very challenging, and what you need to have is not necessarily a rigid relationship. You need to have some flexibility and understanding that you can control some things you can't control, and when you run into those situations, you hope that you have a partner beside you or across the table. And OPG has been that partner. That first unit and that refurbishment schedule that we just talked about delivering had a schedule and below budget. If we didn't have a partner and a relationship with OPG that allowed us to work together and figure out how do we actually change what we've done on the first to the second to the third to the fourth, that fleet program would not have resulted in what's considered a very big success. And so when we think about that, we think about what we're learning in Canada, and naturally our culture is to share what we're doing. We're excited to tell the story. We're excited about the technology, and we're excited about the markets that are looking at the technology and how we might be able to play. But let's be realistic from our perspective. There's no way that we could do what we do in Canada in every single market. And when I think about partnerships, I think about our partnerships back in Canada. I think of our partnerships that we're establishing with developers in each country or region, and then also the supply chain partners, whether they're peers, tier 1 companies that would be here in the local regions, or potentially tier 2 or tier 3 partners that we could leverage. And so I just want to thank you for the time to give a bit of an update and add on to Jas's presentation, and thanks for listening.
Thank you, Greg. Thank you, Jos. Please stay. We have some questions. Don't run away. Any questions from the public? I will ask from Slido. Oh, there is. Yes, microphone there, please.
Yeah, in Canada specifically, there's been in the nuclear space a bit of this talk about large reactors versus small-scale reactors, and SMRs has been criticized also about the feasibility and scalability in terms of the economics in a large country like Canada. In Estonia, obviously, it's a large reactor. It's not for the Estonian grid size, but how do you respond to that criticism, or is the future, how would I put it, is the future in small modular reactors, is it large reactors, is it both? So
both.
Yeah, I'll take a first stab. I think a couple things. All grids aren't equal, and so even grids across Canada need different solutions to meet the demand going forward. So there's that aspect that is having a 300 megawatt unit makes a lot of sense in a lot of different markets across Canada. Secondly, the risks that you take on a SMR to learn how to build greenfield construction is very different in the single digit billion versus the 10, 20, 30 billion dollar range that a large plant costs. So I think, as I said earlier on our slide, I think SMRs is one of the pieces for Canada, but large will be part of the solution in the longer term.
Yep. I agree.
Is the RPV, reactor pressure vessel for Darlington, already in production in GE facility? When it's expected to be delivered?
Want me to answer?
Go ahead.
Well, the reactor pressure vessel is being supported through a Canadian company, BWXT, in actually Cambridge, Ontario. And so they're working very closely with GE Vernova on the design of the first RPV. And I understand that there is actually some pre-fabrication that's going on, which will be supplied and shipped to the site, and our team, our construction team at site will install it and connect it. But Jos, you probably got some more details.
They're giant cylinders that all get welded together. So the pieces are there. They're starting the welding process to assembly. Exact delivery date, I don't know off the top of my head, but it'll be there when we need it.
Okay, thank you. Question there, and meanwhile, another question from here. Some 15 years ago, we heard about the new version of CANDU heavy water reactor, 700 megawatts, which is not much bigger. Well, it's double, but why OPG has selected the boiling water reactor instead of the CANDU, Canadian CANDU?
Yeah, so I think he's talking, the person asking the question is talking about EC6. So it's an enhanced CANDU 6. We've got CANDU 6 built in New Brunswick and other places across the world. We considered that in our tech select, and really it came down to building an EC6, you're back to those first of a kind risks. Where we have a BWRX, right? We talked about the X standing for the 10th evolution. Mm-hmm. So it's a simpler plant, it's a smaller plant, and I think the overall risk from our perspective is much more manageable than going after a larger first of a kind risk again. The other side of that too is the design of the CANDU system was done by a company called AECL. So AECL was privatized some time ago, and so that capacity to build out that new organization needs to be built up again in Canada before we go after new CANDU plants.
Thank you. One more question. Is the tariff battle between US and Canada a problem for your supply chain?
So I'll go first, and you can provide your perspective. But I'd mentioned we had spent decades building up a Canadian supply chain, and 80+% of what we need for the DNMP project is actually sourced from Canadian supply chains. And another chunk of that, 10%, is actually from Europe. So the forgings for our RPV come from Italy. Our turbine generator set comes from Europe as well. And so the actual percentage that would be impacted by tariffs coming from the States is in the single digits of our total procurement spend. Mm-hmm. So.
Thank you very much, Jos and Greg. It's really great to have you here, and thanks for taking the effort and the trip from Canada to here.
Can I ask a question, please?
It's nice to be back.
One more question?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I didn't see, sorry.
The lights are really bright. It is hard to tell.
Yeah,
how is your experience from first of a kind construction will impact? I understand you plan up to 4 reactors on the site. Will it be, now, first of all, is this project on budget and on schedule? And secondly, how the next reactors will be implemented faster?
Yeah, so I'll take a first stab at this again. So construction, we're a year, just coming up into a year of actual real construction. We are learning things, we are having those first of a kind challenges, but the team that we have in place is collaborating very well to work through those. From what I understand, we're still tracking on budget and on schedule, but it's not without the challenges that come with taking the first of kind risk. And we understood that this was a risk, we decided to take it, and so we're working through those. And then, and once we get substantially through Unit 1, that's when you get the waterfall for Unit 2, 3, 4. So we haven't made our FID decision yet for Units 2 to 4. We're in the process of doing that, and then that'll be announced in the coming months, maybe a year time frame. But we want to see substantial completion on the first unit before we continue that process.
Yeah. I would say from a construction standpoint, you saw a little bit about fabrication, and what we're trying to do is we're trying to really set ourselves up. And there's a learning process not only from the design, what needs to change in the design from the first unit to second. And we really don't want to see a lot of change unless it actually has a material impact to making sure that we can actually control that change and we're going to get the benefits of what that change is. And then, of course, the supply chain and the actual construction. And so very much as Jos went through in terms of our, we'll call it a roadmap for what we did collectively under OPG's leadership and guidance around the 4-unit refurbishment, the 13 billion, 12.8. Well, we can actually reduce $150 million from that. But it's actually very similar. And so the approach is even the staging between the first unit getting through substantial completion, moving on to second, third, and fourth. The actual real magic is in actually taking a look at what would you do differently. And you already have the teams already looking at that for the next potential 2, 3, 4. And so what we're looking at is we're making sure that when we're actually spooling up that capacity and that human capital on people that are actually doing that work, how do we actually move them around into leadership positions because they're making an impactful change on the projects today, and being able to make sure that we have the supply chain learning so that what we can do is we can actually deliver with higher confidence. So, you know, we'll be back, I'm sure, every year, and we'll give you updates, and you can ask that same question. I'll be happy to just defer to OPG because it's their project.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Jätkame. Rahvusvaheline kogemuste jagamine ja esimestelt õppimine on
and learning from the first ones is very important. And one of these places where the knowledge arrives is Italy. Standards and cultures and regulations and transfer of technology from one region to another is a very big challenge.
Welcome on stage, Marta Vázquez, who will talk about that.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, so I think we've heard all the lessons learned from the Canadian and American reactors. And now I just have the title of my presentation. It's been really smooth. How to bring it to Europe, because we cannot invent the wheel every time something comes from the States to Europe. So for those that are not familiar, well, I'm Marta Vázquez. I'm Business Development Manager at Empresarios Agrupados, which is a Spanish engineering and consultancy company that was created in 1971 to be the architect engineer for the constructions of the nuclear power plants in Spain. In Spain, we had up to 9 nuclear reactors, but nowadays we have 7 nuclear reactors in operation. And we have, I think the beauty of Spain, well, apart from other things, but in the nuclear business, we managed to build, Empresarios built as architect engineer, a boiling water reactor from GE Vernova, Cofrentes nuclear power plant, Almaraz nuclear power plant, which is 2 units Westinghouse reactor. And we also have Trillo nuclear power plant that was also built by us, which is Siemens KVU, and nowadays Framatome, we designed it with KTS in Spain. So I think our experience in adapting and adopting the reactor design as it comes from the reference design and the standard plan, there could be some lessons learned, okay? So briefly, the presentation is, first we need to understand the ecosystem between the US and Europe, which briefly, you know it very well. Then some key ideas on what are our recommendations to make it the successful implementation in Europe. What implies this strategy, okay? Some real case studies that we have done, some conclusions, okay? So I think, it is obvious. In the States and in Canada, there is one single nuclear regulator, the NRC, with strong legal powers, with a uniform application of regulations across all states. There is one regulator, only one interpretation of the safety requirements, and they have this philosophy of the design certification. You certify your design once, and then it can be applied to different sites. Whereas in Europe, we have multiple national nuclear regulators. Each country has their own authority, the ESN, STUC, Spanish Consejo, ONR. And although there is some coordination between the regulators through WENRA and the technical requirements or NSREC, still the regulatory decisions are made at country level. Even though in some countries nowadays some regulators have joined to start doing some preliminary design reviews unofficially, this is not the common practice. And so when it comes to each country, it needs to be certified or reviewed or validated on a case-by-case basis. So the first, I'm going to give three ideas for the successful implementation, okay? The first one, and it's pretty obvious, you need to comply with the mandatory nuclear and conventional legal requirements in each country. It's the way it is. If you want a successful project to be connected to the grid, you need to comply. Maybe I'm sure you are familiar with this, the pyramid with the, for the hierarchy between the nuclear regulators. In most of the countries in Europe, you have your laws and acts, which are legally binding, non-negotiable, and usually define the responsibilities, licensing obligations, and safety objectives for the plant. Then there is a second block of regulations covering regulations and decrees that are issued by the government and are translated into laws, regulatory guides and safety expectations that in Europe, in general terms, describe acceptable ways to meet the regulatory requirements. And then you have the codes and standards, which define different technical standards, provide requirements for detailed design, manufacturing, inspection, verification, and so on. And then you have a third block on the lower level on conventional requirements that usually apply to plant-specific procedures and are the base of the pyramid. Of course, you need to respect the national legal framework, and you need but you need to be some creative, okay, to comply with this pyramid of the regulations. It's necessary to explore alternative compliance forms where permissible if we don't want to invent the wheel every single time in every single country, okay. So the idea is, and one of the messages is, maintain the design integrity and the standard design as much as possible, compliant with the regulatory requirements. And this comes to the next recommendation, and this is one of the lessons learned that we did in Spain. Minimize unnecessary changes or modifications to the standard design, particularly modifications on the nuclear safety-related system structures and components. For that part of the design that we have seen the lessons learned and all the work previously done in Canada, try to adopt it as much as possible. So this mainly applies to the nuclear safety systems, as mentioned, to the support systems directly affecting safety functions, and the interfaces with the safety case. For those cases where there is a European law explicitly requiring it, okay, or where the standard design does not cover it, the idea is to adapt it, okay? And usually this, and then in that adaptation, of course, you will implement your local practices, your local requirements, but this will mainly apply outside the nuclear island and usually outside the nuclear safety case, and in particular in those parts that are not credited in the safety cases. And this, in the rest of the project, which is still very, very big, the local practices will be applied, the construction codes, the grid, the balance of plant, and so on. So our message is you will need to adopt all the lessons learned in the past from the end of a kind, And in those parts where the standard design is not developed, adapt it to your regulation, but try to keep what has been already licensed in another countries and good reference countries as much as possible. And the third one, without not extending too much, is do not underestimate non-nuclear regulatory requirements. These requirements apply from the start of the project, and if are not well understood at the beginning, could be hidden drivers of significant redesign activities. Usually, their impact is underestimated because they sit outside the licensing process. We've been talking here about regulatory authorities for sure. I mean, but there are other regulators. Usually, these requirements are often prescriptive, and they focus on conventional risk and not on nuclear safety. But they are enforced in the country. So you need to identify where other requirements are applicable to your project. And these requirements may come from the local civil authorities, from environmental protection, environmental authorities, conventional industrial safety, requirements on the pressure equipment, electrical system, grid connection, security, and safety, but not nuclear safety. And these are regulations that are in practice in each of the different countries in Europe, usually different from one country to another. And they can have significant impact if you don't consider them or manage them well at the beginning of the project in building layout modification, structural redesign, changes to access and escape routes, rerouting of cables, well, many. So what can we do to achieve this, okay? So it is, I mean, everything seems very obvious, but early engagement with a nuclear regulator and with the other regulatory bodies or regulatory authorities. With our lessons learned or our experience is that it's necessary to sit down and to talk how the licensing process is going to be done, which philosophy, before discussing what we are going to license, okay, I mean the design itself, but how we're going to approach this. We think it's necessary to identify non-negotiable requirements early. I mean, to know what are the boundaries, what are the limits, what has to be complied for sure, and which local practices will not be enforced onto the standard design. I mean, in some cases, we have seen that for instance, on ventilation practices for industrial facilities, the requirements are completely opposite to the nuclear code or the nuclear practices for designing a nuclear safety ventilation system. And there could be other requirements that are, or maybe designing with a certain code that is less, I mean, I don't want to say, well, whereas you have a nuclear code more strong and more appropriate for this type of facilities. So I think it's necessary to sit down and negotiate with the nuclear regulatory and with the other regulatory bodies. And then try to build on an agreement on maintaining the standard design of the reference plant, or we mentioned about this nuclear island already designed, certified in the US, in Canada, in a good reference country. Agreeing on the use of foreign codes and standards, trusting that the reliability and the strongness of this design. And it's about building regulatory confidence and trust. And it's not about speeding up the process or anything about that. It's about avoiding redesign, delay, and in particular, not having the benefit of the standardization of having a reference plant. As you may imagine, I mean, having this type of approach involves that you will have some part of the design. You will have a combined licensing basis. Some of the plant will be designed with, in this case, with American codes and standards, applying to certain safety systems, and the rest of the plant will be in compliance with the European regulations and so on. So where to apply not these non-national codes? Well, when, as mentioned before, when the foreign codes are necessary to preserve the nuclear core design, or where you can define strategic deviations from the local standard practices by using other paths, or when you can demonstrate equivalence between the way you do things for in the standard design and the similar way, different way, but achieving the same objectives through the local practices. And it's not only about technical benefits about keeping this standard design as much as possible. I mean, you will have predictable CAPEX because you can benefit from having already a plant built where usually the main drivers for the overruns are the design modifications and not having proven methodology for implementing the plant. During the operation of the plant, you can benefit from real operation feedback, that is actual equipment performance data, maintenance or aging insights, or lessons learned from other events or plant operation that can help you to have a more accurate OPEX forecasting or design optimization or so on. Not forgetting about the resource efficiency for the training programs of the operators of the plant. If you already have a reference plant, you can you can benefit from the proven operating experience of the reference plant and supports the faster training of the operators, and even you can benefit from the real simulator, maybe with some adaptations, but it also goes into the cost. And then speed to market. We are all eager to connect our plants to the grid and start producing megawatts. And then the design is more mature, but also the supply chain that we have seen. They have already implemented center measures, proven manufacturing techniques, and known of the construction sequences, as we have just seen. So, as mentioned maybe at the beginning, maybe I should have moved this. This is how we did it in Spain, and this is how we operate our nuclear power plants. Empresarios Agrupados provides support to the 7 nuclear power plants in operation in Spain. And this is how we live with a plant designed with the American codes and standards. And we are also subject to the European directives that are implemented in our countries. And we have the CE marking, and we have the Euro codes. So everything that, everything that you have here is also common for us. We have implemented this also. We have participated in the recent years in many, or we have tried to participate in as many as possible, nuclear power plants programs that have been have been running in Europe in the last years. And we have been assessing different utilities with different, and also reactor vendors on this regard, with the codes and standards, how to deal with them. We are currently supporting the Vernova in Poland for the adaptation of the BWX 300 and our experience. And the message is to keep it simple. I mean, we don't have to make it that complicated. It can be done if, if some dialogues and routes are maintained. Just some examples, real cases where we have done this. Almaraz, as mentioned to you, is a 2-unit Westinghouse nuclear power plant built in Spain. And we consider this a large design modifications when the post-Fukushima requirements were well identified. The Spanish regulatory body are required to implement the containment venting system that in the case of Almaraz, it was the venting system and it was, but it was housed in a building, okay? It was an annex to the containment building. Empresarios Agrupados did on an EPC basis the construction and installation of this filter containment venting system with the building. And it was built with the European regulations. We were meeting the Spanish Consejo de Seguridad Nuclear requirements while successfully integrating it into a containment design under the US regulations. Okay, so this is possible and there are different paths to achieve this. You just need to look for those paths, okay? Also, I think it was 2018, very close to here, when in Olkiluoto 4, when there was a tendering process going out, GE Vernova, through the ESBWR, they were invited to tender, and we supported them in the licensing feasibility studies. We call it Finlandization of the American design. And we evaluated the applicability of the Finnish regulatory and industrial framework, mainly on civil and electrical, into the design and adaptation. And then we identified the necessary adaptations and regulatory constraints and paths to compliance, okay? And there are different paths, not always changing the design, but looking for justifications that have been used in other countries. And then I just added a third example, and it's maybe linked to the German case from this morning. We also have Trillo from Siemens KVU in Spain. We operate, well, we provide support to Trillo, and in this case we adapted the German licensing framework to the Spanish environment at the time. And we work with it, okay? We live with it. The plant is in operation and it will be running until 2035, something like that. And then in this case, we have a combination of the standards, the KTAs, plus the European ones, which are, and now what we are facing is the obsolescence of the KTAs and are looking for suppliers that qualified suppliers that can be qualified following the KTAs and looking for some correspondence between the codes. And believe you me, this is complicated, but at the end, you even manage to do it. So the key message, if I have, well, maybe I didn't write it there, but it can be done and it's not that difficult, okay? So, the message would be adopt, keep the standard design and adopt it. Do not change it. Try to engage with your regulatory authority on the philosophy to license that part. Adapt it for the local codes and standards, in particular, I mean, mainly on the non-safety related systems and everything that is not included in the standard design. And then for the rest of the plan, apply your, which is not designed in the standard design, not in the project, European project, and it will be site-specific, and apply your local practices, and so on. And then what you do needs to be valid for the next 40, 60, 80 years, and then the more solid reference system you have, the easier it would be for you to deal in the future and to benefit from it. So I think that's the message we want to leave. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marta. There's no questions in Slida right now, but maybe there are some in the audience here? No? Then I will ask a question, and a bit from the softer side. I know that in other sectors, sometimes you have to also consider when building different places, the work culture that is there. That one place would have maybe a bit lenient, the other more hardworking. Do you have to consider this in such projects as well, or is nuclear maybe international and therefore even enough that it is not a problem? If you understand my question.
No, I didn't.
No,
I'm sorry.
Okay. Work cultures in different places.
Work cultures, yes, yes. Well, of course, I mean, I think in the nuclear industry, as mentioned before, we work quite at international level. And well, at technical level, the culture maybe is different. I mean, it's homogeneous, and you can, and the technical level is not, you don't really notice the cultural differences. But for sure, when you go to another country, you need to work with local people, understand how they work, what is their culture, what is the way of doing things, the way of saying things, the way of writing things, the way of behaving. So I think for sure you need to, not on the technical discussions, I mean, but when doing the real work, for sure you need to consider the cultural difference and the things that are done in a certain way in the US with a certain form or whatever in Europe, and then within Europe, in the northern countries, in the southern countries, are done in different ways. So yeah, I think you need to adapt it somehow. But I think the technical discussions at that level, we don't see that much the difference.
Nice. And if there are no more questions, then big thanks to you.
Thank you.
jah, ja Põhjamaade eripära on see, et veebruaris on õues külm ja lumine ja läheb jube
about the Nordics is that it's very cold in February and it gets dark very early, which also means that we are nearly in the end of our working day as well. We would really like to thank you with Elisa for having taken the time for coming here and discussing the future of nuclear energy both in Estonia and globally. There's lots to be done still, but if we are able to do it well enough, then there is also reason to gather back for the next Fermi Energy conference next year. As is the tradition, no matter how precisely we forecast our schedule, Kalev always has the final say. What will he say? We don't even know. Co-founder of Fermi Energia, our pioneer and CEO, Kalev Kallemets, please come and take the stage. Good evening. My speech is dedicated to Enrico Fermi. And indeed, of course, the best-known major project of Enrico Fermi was CP1, the first nuclear reactor in the world, which was very soon also critical. Yesterday I said, and last year I also said, that indeed it took him 28 experiments to get to the point where critical aspect kicked in. But another project whose technical director he served as was the nuclear reactor X10. It was graphite moderated reactor, which was engineered by Enrico Fermi, and it was built already in February 1943 in Oak Ridges. So in December 1942, there was CP1 in Chicago, but the other it entered the construction phase in November, and it became critical in November, and the construction costs reached $13 million. A clearly unsuccessful reactor was named after Enrico Fermi. It was Fermi 1, which is the rapid neutron reactor, and its construction was finalized 2 times later than planned. $1.5 billion in the equivalent of the time was the cost. Unfortunately, there was the emergency situation. It only managed to generate electricity for a couple of months, so it was generally a largely unsuccessful reactor. Looking at the global aspect, then sodium-based metal cooling reactors, not many were successful. There wasn't much evidence-based grounds to serve as the basis for optimism for constructing sodium-based reactors. 2 years ago, Merje Pugari made a great presentation based on the book How Big Things Get Done. It's a very relevant book for us as well, because establishing a small-scale reactor in Estonia inevitably is a major project. But let me point to an important mistake in this book. This book, unfortunately, analyzes the median average, calculating median average and looking at how the major projects exceed the budget and to what a margin they exceed it by. It looks at the nuclear power plants and the Olympic Games and all sorts of other major projects, and it sees that they always exceed the costs by 75 to 100%, and it is deduced that then they are unsuccessful projects. But we know that solar energy is a great project in itself, but this is a very serious generalizing mistake of taking things uniformly. We know that X10 was the experimental reactor designed by Fermi, and the reactor named after Fermi, Fermi 1, they both prove that it is very wrong to make such generalizations. And if we compare these two reactors, we see that we cannot generalize. But let's look at more examples. One example that everybody knows about is the Olympic Games. Currently, the Olympic Games are underway as well. Recently, the Olympic Games took place in Paris. Economically speaking, it was very successful. Also, it was successful in terms of what happened there. The organizers managed to use the existing facilities to the extent of 95% of all the facilities used. And altogether, you can see this is the Le Grand Palais on the photo, and they managed to make direct income of 4.8 billion euros and even managed to generate a profit of 28 million euros. Indeed, the tourism sector also boomed in Paris back in the Olympic Games time, and I really suggest you visit Paris if you haven't done so far. Yet, when we look at the Olympic Games that took place in Sochi, this is still a masterpiece of corruption and waste. The cost was 50 billion euros. It was meant to be a proof of how big Russia is, how international Russia is, but the Olympic Games ended with Russia militarily attacking Crimea, occupying it, and we know that the Olympic Games investigated it in great detail, that indeed FSB systematically organized the doping operation, as a result of which the medals of all the Russian athletes were declared null and void, not valid anymore. So they were ridden of their medals. It was a full failure in terms of the costs and the goals as well, the Olympic Games in Sochi. Photovoltaic panels as a technology certainly are a success story for China, because they managed to export the photo PV panels up to $25 billion last year. But last year also in Europe, Meyer Burger, which was the German PV manufacturer, went bankrupt. We also know that GmbH glass manufacturer Brandenburg went bankrupt, which was the final glass manufacturer of photovoltaic panels, and also Norwegian Norsun went bankrupt because China simply manufactures at a cheap price. China is not only prioritizing own productivity, but also the production volumes, and their large-scale market both allows for the manufacturing costs to be cut by 3 to 4 times than in the US and Europe, next to the fact that they just are able to generate more. And we must seriously learn in the West how to organize production in a more efficient and rapid way without arguing that much, and in a way that it would be acceptable for the society in terms of the prices. Of course, not as low prices as in China, but acceptable prices. And the acceptable answer for us is not that it is only possible in China. The biggest major project currently underway in Estonia is Rail Baltic. Its construction has been largely criticized, largely also the criticism has been founded, looking at how difficult it is to progress with it in Latvia. Looking at the cost, then the cost of building the whole route of Rail Baltic would be 26 million euros per 1 kilometer. Looking at the best construction costs that we can observe in Europe, it is in Spain. We know that there is the biggest number of high-speed railway network in Spain. Altogether, 17.7 million euros per kilometer is the cost there. We know that there is about 3,800 kilometers of high-speed railway network in Spain, but we can build in a similar manner with China if we are to do it well, but we can also do it in the wrong way. For example, we have the failure from the Great Britain, HS2 high-speed railway, whose kilometer cost 220 million euros, or we also have the Californian high-speed railway at a similar cost that was constructed. So the segment of high-speed railway that is 200 kilometers long in California costs 36 billion euros, compared to the segment taking us from Tallinn to Riga, which is for 3.1 billion euros. So it is completely wrong to classify all kinds of high-speed railways in one batch. Yet you know that in different countries you can build at a different price. We know that Fermi didn't only test nuclear energy, but it also tested out the other key projects. We know that when the US went for the moon, it only did not try to get to the moon, but also tested out the predecessor of the GPS system, also tested the photovoltaic panels, the fuel elements, and microchip-based computers, which were necessary to make calculations at a smaller cost. The European Nuclear Research Center has not only identified the Higgs boson, but also created the Internet. Major projects make us make more efforts than we are able to at first sight, and they also make us collaborate. But we have to collaborate in a smart way, in a realistic way, setting clear goals, defining the budget, planning, and also monitoring. They are uncomfortable, these large-scale projects. They are a nuisance, but they are necessary. Once again, in democratic countries, we cannot take it for as an acceptable answer that you can only produce at a reasonable price in China. If we have over-regulated ourselves in democratic countries, if we have tried to achieve consensus too much, and if we are unable to make efficient decisions, the result is constant price hikes, debates that don't get us anywhere, discontent in the society, and also being very dissatisfied with our society. But we must be able to do better. We must be able to learn from our mistakes, and the alternative is to accept that we are foolish enough, that we have to just subordinate ourselves to a dictator and be there and let them run the business. But this is the approach of China and Russia, but not that of Europe. We are making mistakes and we are learning. In Estonia and in Europe, we have constantly to explain why the EPR of Olkiluoto exceeded the budget and the time frame so much. And we must also explain why the EPR reactor of Flamanville was not prepared in 7 years, but rather in 17 years, why the price of the Hinkley Point C reactor was 50 billion euros, not the planned 22 billion euros. And I suggest you listen to a podcast looking at the EPR, the reactor that tried to please everybody, and this podcast will tell you in great detail which design mistakes were made by trying to combine the N4 reactor, which was an unsuccessful construction example from France, and the successful construction example of Convoy reactor from Germany. Like with the small-scale reactors or small modular reactors, there are lots of designs that might be overly complicated, both in terms of construction and nuclear technology. But it also might be that this is the simple, efficient, purposeful, and safe reactor technology that is very fit for purpose for Estonia. This is BWRX 300. And we know that it's a great example from Vattenfall, who made a decision to construct the new nuclear power plant and focus on the SMRs instead of large-scale reactors. And we also know how important is the decision of the second biggest nuclear power plant operator, Duke, from the US, the decision from December 2025 to not go for the AP1000 reactor and instead focus on constructing the SMRs. And the main candidate there is also BWRX 300 in order to achieve the capacity of 600 megawatts by 2030. So we know that the criterion of truth is practice, and hopefully we will get the confirmation that this is the best reactor type possible. We know that there are many management solutions of smart, large-scale projects, for example, corporate governance, risk management, risk assessment, public disclosure, which is also very important and one of the reasons behind our conference, because we want nuclear energy to be understandable by people, not be a mystical thing or an enclosed thing. We also want to have budgeting on time, and also we want to have contractual motivation mechanism. There are lots of different aspects that can help make a project successful. And there might be cultural differences that might also help make something successful. For example, the Canadians are very polite, they are very open-minded, and the Estonians are very honest, they are very cost-saving and very eager to learn from best practice. And this might also serve as a good prerequisite for really making nuclear energy be a success. But in the end, one of the keys to success of Enrico Fermi and many other major achievements is what really matters. I recently read the biography of Enrico Fermi. Unfortunately, he died at a relatively young age. He was born in 1901, but he developed abdominal cancer, and it was discovered in 1954, and it was until the very final weeks that he lectured on nuclear energy still, and also consulted on his students who later received the Nobel Prize for Physics. So he was very, very dedicated to what he was doing. He believed in nuclear physics as a science who shows how nature works. Physics is not something mystical, but it is a teaching how energy and mass are interlinked. He was extremely dedicated to that purpose. And likewise, with our individual projects and with Fermi Energia, it is also a defining thing, how dedicated, how passionate we are, how much do we believe in our purpose. We at Fermi Energia are dedicated thanks to the cold weather, of course. If it gets cold outside and the prices go up, then it serves as a signal to the society that nuclear energy actually is necessary for the society. And the reason for why we have cold weather is not due to climate change that is no longer occurring, but rather climate change is behind instability, and the polar vortex is getting to the South Poles as well. So this is evidence-based understanding of things, and this obliges us to deal with the matter and to resolve the problem. And it also inspires people such as Rainer Kelk, who got the grant by Fermi, went to Switzerland for his master's studies, and currently is doing a PhD in Switzerland. And of course, we are also dedicated to the people of Estonia. It is a small country, and it is wonderful that our guests from abroad can experience it. Irrespective of the fact that we are small, we have managed for more than 100 years to prove that we are able to keep our state up and running, and we must also prove that we are able to keep our energy and running. Thank you to everybody. I wish passion, faith and love to all friends of Fermi and Fermi Energy in Estonia and across the world. Thank you so much and have a great evening.
Baby, you give me ice and fire. You said I live